भारतीय संस्कृति के अनुसार पांचों तत्वों में विशेष, पूजनीय एवं तेज प्रकाश की अधिष्ठाता, एक सृजनहारा, विश्व की उत्पत्ति का मूल, एक शोधक जो स्वयं भी पवित्र और हर धातु को करे शुद्ध, एक परिपालिका, मानवता की रक्षक, आधुनिक विश्व के निर्माण की योगदाता, ज्ञान, गति, ज्योति, प्रकाश, प्रगति और प्राप्ति सब अग्नि के ही प्रताप है।
सृष्टि की रचता अग्नि, अग्नि काल चक्र जैसी पुरानी ऊर्जा की जननी अग्नि, अग्नि उज्ज्वल है ये कहानी। आरंभ से अनंत अग्नि, निरंतर पावन अग्नि, कण कण को प्राण देती सर्वशक्तिमान है ये। इस उज्ज्वल धरती का हृदय, इसका गन्ना समान है। आरंभ से अनंत अग्नि, निरंतर प्रबल अग्नि, क्रोधित जो ये शक्ति, शक्ति तो प्रकोप बन जाए। सावधानी से करो प्रयोग तो जीवन उज्ज्वल हो जाए। आरंभ से अनंत अग्नि, निरंतर प्रचंड अग्नि, शुद्धता का रूप है ये, प्रगति का स्वरूप है, संस्कृति का चिन्ह है ये, ऊर्जा रूप है। आरंभ से अनंत अग्नि।
We have Sri S.N. Sahai, Sri S.S. Bhadoria, Professor P.S.N. Rao, Professor V.K. Vijay, Professor Tripti Thakur, and Professor Rangan Banerjee. May I now request the dignitaries to kindly step forward to light the lamp and inaugurate the conference. Now may I request Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT Delhi, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, and on behalf of the Institute, it's a pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to this workshop, this seminar which is being organized jointly by the Power Foundation of India, and I would like to extend a special welcome to all our dignitaries on the dais. When we look at Agni, Urja, these are the forces which influence our life, and everything that we do needs energy. But we also know that all of us have realized there are adverse impacts of that energy. So when we think in terms of, the problems of climate change, the problems of air quality, we are all thinking of energy in a different way. And today's theme, which is there on urban planning and mobility, is a way to look at the entire system and not just look at the energy, but to look at the services that the energy provides. So we are finally interested in the lighting, we are interested in the sound, we are interested in the comfort conditions. And so the way, how can we plan our urban infrastructure in a way where we actually reduce the demand for travel. Urban infrastructure so that we have, let's say, we can walk to our workplaces. And what COVID has also taught us, that really a lot of the travel is not really essential. We were forced to do a number of things. So I think there are systemic solutions, and as you will also see that with electric vehicles, with the concept of, we were all looking at a centralized grid, and today we are also looking at centralized large-scale solar photovoltaics, but we could actually redesign our buildings so that the requirements for cooling, heating, lighting get reduced. We can actually redesign our buildings so that each building generates all its own energy and actually generates something more which can be added on. We can redesign all our products. So we can rethink everything, and I've seen the list of speakers that you have. You have the best of people from the electrical, from the energy, from architecture. I think this is really something where we can make a difference. We at IIT Delhi are looking at making our campus net zero. We are also, as many of you may be aware, you'll have Professor Panigrahi talking to you. We have one of the few master's programs which is focused on electric mobility. We have a Department of Energy, Science and Engineering where we have an undergraduate program in energy. We also, along with the International Solar Agency, we are working on, we have a program which is an international program on renewable energy and energy policy. So we are doing a number of things in capacity building and research. We want our campus to be a demonstrator, and we hope that this seminar will be the beginning of a more longer term interaction with IIT Delhi. We do want to do a lot more in this space, and we also want to see that the research and the technologies that we develop make a greater societal impact. So with these few words, I'd like to welcome all of you to this seminar and look forward to having sustained interactions with you so that we can meet our common goal to get a sustainable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. May I request Director, sir, to felicitate the dignitaries on the dais with a plaque. Shri Sanjeev Sahai, DG Power Foundation of India. Shri S.S. Bhathoria, General Secretary, Vigyan Bharati. Professor P.S.N. Rao, Director, SPA Delhi. Professor Tripti Thakur, NPTI DG. Professor V.K. Vijay, National Coordinator, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Okay. Okay. Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director, IIT Delhi.
This is a symbolic of cow dung. Right from cow dung. Yes.
Thank you. May I request Sri Sahai Ji, DG PFI, to kindly unveil the conference theme and objective. You may take the stage. Yes.
Where do I press? What do I press? No, I don't know which one. I press this. Yeah.
Can you put the screen down so that the others can also see the unveil?
I request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats. We will be playing the presentation.
I think let me verbally unveil it. Whenever it's ready, I think I'm supposed to speak after this? Yes, sir. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the dignitaries who've moved to be with the audience. The Agni campaign, about which Professor Bhadoria will tell you in much greater detail, so I don't want to preempt what he has to speak, started on the 22nd of September, 21st of September. Actually, IIT, it was to be kicked off from IIT Delhi, but there were some issues, and it happened in Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, Teen Murti. Since then, we have had, this is the fourth conference, one at Leh, then at Bhopal, Guwahati, and now IIT Delhi. And we are really looking forward to a very meaningful discussion here. This is a topic which is very close to my heart, and I must acknowledge two professors of IIT Delhi who led me to this area. The late Professor Dinesh Mohan and Professor Geetam Tiwari. I used to be the Transport Commissioner of Delhi when they came to me with the concept of BRT. And like all people who hear the concept the first time, the question I ask, how will people cross the road? Because BRT, the buses dock at the center of the road. And they give a very simple explanation. So simple that I kicked myself that it should have occurred to me. But that started a saga of questioning how we plan our cities, how we move our people. I come from a town called Jamshedpur, which is also known as Tata Nagar, beautiful city, very green, verdant. I went there after many years, and there used to be a beautiful avenue of banyan trees all interlocked. and these trees had disappeared. And I asked people why. And they said, because the road needed to be widened. And why did the road needed to be widened? Because there was traffic jam. The question the planners did not ask, why was it more important to make the cars move than trees survive? If we thought of trees as half our lungs, we expire carbon dioxide, which the trees then convert into oxygen and which we breathe. Would you give half your lung to fell the trees? Why did we not ask the question that we should move more people and not more vehicles? The Power Foundation of India is going to move its office to Kudub institutional area, and I live very close by, about 15 minutes away, and I was mentioning to my daughter that I wish to cycle to work. And she was aghast. She said, Papa, you'll get run down. Why is it unsafe for us to walk? Why do I need to consume energy even to go and shop to a close-by Kirana store? Why do I need a vehicle? Why can't I use the bus in Delhi? Why can't I cycle safely in Delhi? Why do I need to switch on lights in the daytime? Why do I need to switch on air conditioning much before the ambient temperature becomes very hot? I again will give an example. I'm sorry, I'm talking about anecdotal examples. But when I used to live in the civil lines, the government decided to make one more floor over our houses. And I requested the engineers that, why don't you put mud fuska on top of on the roof instead of koba? And they said, you're outdated. I had to fight to get them to put mud fuska, plaster it, and then put those shards of these broken sanitary tiles, which are white ceramic, that would reflect the heat. I got them to put a shade on the western side, windows on the southern and eastern side. And in summer, our neighbors would switch on the air conditioners about a month before we needed to, and our air conditioning wouldn't be on even during when we needed to switch on for so many more hours. It was very simple. Why could we not do it? Why did I need, as a senior officer, struggle to convince a set of engineers that we needed to do what seemed eminently reasonable and sensible to a non-engineer? It is for this reason that we thought that this is a very important topic, because all estimates show that space cooling will be one of the biggest consumers of energy in the years to come. And we need to get away from our mesmerized perception, view that glass and chrome and aluminum designed buildings are the way to go. We've given up the verandas, we have given up so many things that was there, distilled over time, which was handed down to us. Somewhere we have lost the story, somewhere we have forgotten. Everything about past is not bad, and everything about the present is not good. I look forward to a very, very intense debate today. The youngsters are here. It's your future. It's your future that is being discussed, and you are the makers of that future. And I will request all of you to question all the speakers, question yourselves, and post this conference, we propose to bring out a compendium of these lectures, and we hope then to socialize this information and make it more accessible to people at large. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I also look forward, as I said, to a very, very heated debate today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge with us. Now we will be listening about the concept of Sumangalam and Agni. May I request Shri Bhadoria Ji, General Secretary, Vigyan Bharati, to address the gathering.
Professor Ranjan Banerjee, Sri Engineer Sanjeev Sahai, Professor Rao, Professor Vijay, Professor Panigrahi, Professor Tipta Thakur, other my colleagues, Professor Priyanka, Director SPA Vijayawada, and of course the galaxy of experts sitting here in this conference hall of IIT Delhi. You all are aware that Sumangalam is a program on awareness of 5 elements of Indian mythology. What do we call them as Panch Mahabhut? Prithvi, Jal, Agni, Vayu, or Akash. Being Indian, we all believe the importance of Panch Mahabhut. Now, this is time when we talk of global warming and climate change. And every year we are meeting internationally in the form of COP26, COP27. You all know that recently, only 2 days back, on Sunday, the COP27 has finalized some kind of draft. All that concern shows wherein we have been able to, as a happy news, agree on creating some kind of some budget or some kind of special fund for mitigation. But we have not agreed to compromise on use of fossil fuels or transition of fossil fuels. Everybody is seeking as a comfort for self, but are we really comfortable? While sitting over here in this conference hall, we are physically comfortable. But as far as our intellect is concerned, we as a nation, we as a humanity, certainly are not comfortable. We are all the time bothered about global warming in various forms, whether it's excessive flood, whether it is any kind of thing, basically. So, the question is, whose responsibility is it? Definitely, we are bothered about globally at national level, but are we really bothered about individual level? Now, it is a kind of trade-off between the individual comfort and humanity comfort. So, definitely, with this point of view keeping in mind, we as a social organizations have come together and added a kind of the concerned ministries, and we have been organizing a series of conferences, awareness conferences, we can say, on all these 5 elements. This Agni, the element of fire, or we can say the Urja, the energy, has been, we have been organizing with the help of Power Foundation. And as a part of preparation of final culmination activity at Bangalore on 28th and 29th of January, we are organizing series of conferences across India. We have already organized in Bhopal, in Guwahati, in Leh, and a series of events we are going to organize further. Now here the issue is it whose responsibility is it? In COP26, Prime Minister Modi has promised many things on behalf of India. But how we are going to implement it? Now, government alone cannot do it. The government and the society. and the society as such, and then of course every individual, every household has to come across the table and think about it and have to implement it. Then only all those promises Mr. Modi has, promised to the global community can be satisfied. We all are aware that as far as government is concerned, at many places in the industrial sector, I have seen the cement industry, all other kind of the power sector, which is taken to be the most polluting area. The target has been fixed and they have started working. But what about the consumer, the individual person of the society? Unless that participates in all these happenings, definitely I think nothing can happen. Government alone cannot achieve anything. So as an enlightened citizen, and the luckiest one who are dealing with the science and its implementation. Now we as a scientists, as researchers, scientific fraternity, and of course the enlightened people have got the largest, the share of the responsibility to take all these concepts to the society. After all, we all take that Agni to be the most pious, sabse adhik pavitra, what we call it. And how energy can be polluting? That is a $1 million question. Energy is always a provider kind of thing. The energy is a driving force. But energy as itself cannot be a polluting thing. We all know that the concept of thermodynamics, energy cannot be consumed, it cannot be created. Then why we are bothered about energy so much? The real issue is its conversion and the kind of entropy which is being generated in this through these conversions. And that is what is the concern of all of us, that is particularly we engineers, we technologists. And apart from that, we have to make a kind of, we have to provide the solutions which are more sustainable. But more important than that is as a society, we have to think, we have got in surveying a principle, what we call it, from working from whole to part. We also have got management, any management principle will definitely take into account the integrated approach, that means the whole to part. We are bothered about the comfort of this particular hall. We are bothered about the comfort of individual bedroom, but we definitely are not bothered about the comfort of a particular campus, a particular society, a particular area, or we can say the whole this space as a whole. So we all are here for thinking about all these concerns and how to change our approach for all these concerns, for achieving what we call it as harmony or between all these 5 elements, and for making a trade-off between the individual comfort and societal and of course humanity comfort. So all these are the questions which we have to ponder over here throughout the day. Of course, individually we are all experts of energy, and no place can be better than IIT Delhi, where we already have got an energy department since we can say almost the inception. So the issue is that now we have to talk about as a individual, as a scientific fraternity, that how to take this message of sustainability, message of responsible consumption of energy, the message of sustainable conversion of the energy to the society, so that we are not bothered about what we call it as global warming, and we are comfortable at physical and of course and at a mental level. Of course, as far as this area of this particular area, the segment taken today for sustainability through this mobility, of course, and of course urban planning. This itself is a very big area. What I have been talking about is almost covered in all this urban mobility or urban planning. Also many SPAs, directors are sitting over here. Now we have to think seriously about it, what we can call it as, what kind of, today we have to be conscious about that, the concept of, for example, smart cities. Nowadays, we have having very mission mode, working on smart cities in mission mode. Now we have to see what exactly or really is the concept of smart city. It is just using certain kind of glasses and certain kind of other forms, and making use of some kind of digital data for certain kind of thing, or it is something little more than that? Are we really able to make it the whole implementation of smart city, for example, sustainable or really sustainable, and also, I mean, in harmony with what we call it as our this goal of sustainability, or what we can say, the balance for establishing the harmony of in amongst the 5 Panch Mahabhut, and contributing as our responsibility towards what we call it as, I mean, mental comfort, that is no fear of global warming or in times ahead and all that. So I think this whole day deliberations today here shall be, and particularly amongst this class of intellects of, I mean the people who are going to provide solutions for this energy transformation or energy, definitely is going to be very useful. And I am very much thankful on behalf of the Vigyan Bharati and the IIT Delhi, because we were to start this program from here only, but because of certain reason we could not, but we are here. And again, with the change of program, let me thanks Power Foundation also, who have worked, and without their support, I should say, without their proactive role, I think we as a social organization would not have been able to do anything like. So I mean, I'm also thankful to all this scientific fraternity who is here, and hope that all these concerns we have to ponder over throughout the day, and definitely we shall be, as our responsibility, as our social responsibility, has to disseminate it among the masses. And finally, we shall be able to establish our old concept of Panch Mahabhut, that is balance of Panch Mahabhut, through what I should say, sustainable lifestyle, which includes everything. So I'm again thankful to one and all who have been here in this, what we can say, common and societal and humanity endeavor with Vigyan Bharati. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us. We will now be having the speech by our chief guest. Our chief guest today is Shri Suresh Prabhu. He is the founding chancellor of Rishihood University, a guest professor of London School of Economics, and a former cabinet minister. He has sent us a recorded message, so we shall now play.
Let me congratulate the organizer for organizing the event and bringing together such bright people like all of you in a very prestigious campus of IIT Delhi to debate and discuss about various aspects related to urban mobility and energy conservation. As you know, the people are moving towards more and more towards cities, so urbanization will become important. Those who move into the cities cannot afford to live in the area where the offices are located, like a central business district. So they live in a faraway place and transport every day to come to work and go back home again in the evening after finishing their job. In the process, mobility has become very important. And without mobility, nobody can survive. In fact, the man has always been mobile throughout their existence on the planet. But initially, they were mobile only because of the feet they had. But now they're using modern means of car, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and whatnot in urban areas, which is causing air pollution. The suspended particulate matter are causing health problems, and therefore it's a very serious issue. I'm very happy we are going to discuss this from many angles.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Professor P.S.N. Rao, Director of SBA Delhi, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Vote of thanks, not the presentation. Presentation हटा दीजिए. प्रेजेंटेशन हटा दीजिए, अभी प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं करना है, अभी सिर्फ वोट ऑफ थैंक्स देना है. Honorable Minister Suresh Prabhuji, who has just now joined us online, Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT Delhi, Shri Sanjeev Sahai ji, Director General Power Foundation of India, Professor Sudhir Bhaduri ji, Secretary General Vigyan Bharati, Srimati Tripta Thakur ji, Professor V.K. Vijay ji from the Center for Rural Development Technologies, Professor S. Ramesh, Director SPA Vijayawada, other professors, academicians and students. SPA Delhi is one of the knowledge partners along with IIT Delhi for this conference. So we wish to extend hearty thanks to all of you for having come here this morning and for patiently listening to the inaugural addresses, which have set the tone for the discussions that are going to ensue during the course of the day. There are many interesting topics and there's a lot of discussion that's going to happen on energy conservation, urban planning and mobility, which are all related concepts. So a very warm welcome and thanks to all of you, and we look forward to the deliberations of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now may I request the dignitaries to kindly proceed to the Red Square for the exhibition. The rest of the audience, I request to be seated. Now I request all to kindly join for the exhibition, and we will be having high tea, after which we will resume at 11:15 a.m. for the keynote address.
मैं भी
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker for the session on electric vehicle infrastructure, Professor B.K. Panigrahi. He is a professor and head of CART, Center for Automotive Research and Tribology, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He has vast research experience in the area of EV charging infrastructure, IoT, and cybersecurity. To felicitate our speaker, I request Professor Shri S.S. Bhadoria, General Secretary, Vigyan Bharati, to the stage. On this note, I welcome Professor B.K. Panigrahi for the keynote address.
Very good morning to all of you. Actually, this is a proud moment for me because I am here to deliver the keynote and the first keynote on the EV infrastructure. So I have added one term there, EV infrastructure and workforce development, because we are the education institute. IIT Delhi is one of the education institutes. So we focus on the technology as well as we also focus on the development of the manpower for the different aspects of different industry as well as for the society and humankind. And as in the introduction already mentioned about Agni, and we talk about the energy conservation. So electric vehicle is one of the aspects where we can reach to the society both in terms of the energy conservation as well as the societal impact in reducing the pollution. Because we are in a city, every day we are blaming each other. So why not participate as an individual to reduce the pollution level here. I'll talk about this EV infrastructure, and I request Priyanka to give me a signal whenever the time is there, because we people, we don't know about the timing, so it may goes on for some times. Okay. So coming into this, this is actually the declaration, COP26 declaration, where the declaration was, and recently COP27 has been finished. This is the Glasgow Declaration, particularly for the zero emission cars. And actually we have to achieve the 100% zero emission car. India is a signatory to this, including UK, Canada, Norway, Chile, along with different motor company. So in particular, we need the future, that is zero emission vehicle. So while talking of the zero emission vehicle, not necessarily it is the electric vehicle, we may go for the alternative form of energy, hydrogen vehicle and etc. also. So that is the prime focus of this. So if you look into this electric vehicle and its environmental benefits, so this is preferred over the IC engine vehicle, because in the IC engine you know that the fuel, either it is a gasoline or petrol or diesel, and we are dependent on this particular one, and which also creates a bit of the pollution. So if we can adopt some other alternate fuels and we can go for the electric vehicle, whether it is pure electric vehicle or battery operated electric vehicle, BEV, or the hybrid electric vehicle or HEV, I am coming to that, then we can reduce the dependency on the fossil fuel. It can have a less maintenance, and as it runs on the electric power, so, and again the electric power is produced from which source? That is another independent thing, because you see there is two important things which I want to talk to you, because in one way we are trying to reduce the dependency on the fuels. So you adopt the electric vehicle. When you go on adopting the electric vehicle, then you need power for that, and again from where the power is coming? Either it is from the major chunk of the power which we are getting in India is from thermal power plant, and again our dependency on the coal, and once it is a coal fired plant, then you are again emission. So there are two things if you want to compare. So that's why there are two important terms which we compare, the tailpipe emission and well to wheel emission. I'll talk about that particular one. So while adopting a particular EV, and we are telling that the emission from the EV is zero. It is zero in the tailpipe emission, because you see all the vehicle is having a tailpipe, okay, where you emit the COX, NOx, all this thing. So another is well to wheel emission. When you are reaching the fuel till the wheel, what are the different emissions, like the example I have given. So now the question is, can you reduce this? So if you want to reduce this, then we have to depend on alternate fuel or alternate energy. Rather than the energy which you are getting from thermal power plant, can I get the energy from other power plants, hydel or nuclear power plant, or maybe renewables? So mostly whatever we want to do, that's why the main emphasis nowadays in the two things, you adopt the electric vehicle, create the charging infrastructure for that, because that is a big question in everybody's mind. Although everybody is looking into the advantage of the electric vehicle, but the point is, the question in the mind, where I will charge it? Okay, is there enough charging infrastructure which is available? Because one important thing which comes into the mind, you go with your car, whether it is a petrol or diesel or gasoline car, you go to the fuel station, it can be filled hardly in 5 minutes, unless otherwise there is a long queue. But you can't charge your vehicle if it is a four-wheeler, whatever may be the make which is available in India, either it is Mahindra or it is Tata or it is Hyundai or it is MG Motors or any other vehicle. All these four-wheeler vehicles which are having the battery pack more than 20 kilowatt per hour to up to 38-40 kilowatt hour, then they cannot be charged in 5 minutes. So you have, depending on the SOC level, depending on the battery capacity, depending on my fuel tank. So my fuel tank in the IC engine vehicle is equivalent to the battery capacity, which we call as SOC, state of charge of the battery. So depending on the state of the charge of the battery, you have to charge it. So when you will charge it in a charging station, don't expect the charging can be completed in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes or 20 minutes. At least you have to wait minimum 45 minutes to 1 hour if it is a fast charging. Now there are certain advantages of the fast charging. You are saving your time by fast charging, but simultaneously you are stressing the battery life. So all the battery manufacturers, will they give you the warranty and other things for your vehicle, they also tell you don't go always for the fast charging, at least have some slow charging. So the slow charging can be achieved in your home, the AC charger. So there are two types of charging facility which are available, either it is AC charging or it is DC charging, because battery is a DC, like in your home you have a battery and you have an inverter. So the same thing, when I charge the battery of the vehicle, which is the integral part of the vehicle, then I need a charger. And this charger is either simple AC charger or it is a DC charger. If it is a AC charger, the AC is converted to DC inside the vehicle, which is known as onboard charger. So there is a charger which sits inside the vehicle, that is onboard. This capacity is very low, hardly 7.2 kilowatt, 8 kilowatt, 10 kilowatt, not more than that. But there is a outboard charger. You may see a lot of chargers which are putting in different places. That is a fast charger, that is a DC charger. So there you bypass the onboard charger, directly charge the battery of the vehicle from the fast DC charging. So we have to create the charging infrastructure for that. That is the major important thrust of this vehicle. So I'm skipping all these slides because I've already mentioned about the advantage and other advantage. So the brief summary is basically the EV. If I will adopt the EV, there is no tailpipe emission. But even when using this fossil fuel, the EV contribute fewer emission than IC vehicles. Then EV battery production itself, a lot of emission will be there. How can we have a cleaner battery production? And when I'm talking of the battery, most of the battery which are using now are lithium-ion battery, different composition of lithium-ion battery. But you know that our dependency on lithium is on some other countries. So there are alternate chemistry of the battery where the research is going on, and we have to divert to the alternate chemistry of the battery, which is very, very important. So coming to the e-mobility industry, so if I look into the complete e-mobility industry, if we want to adopt the e-mobility, the main thing is how we can push it and who can push it. Because everybody agrees we should go for the EVs. So if we want to go for EVs, then who are the stakeholders who can take part to promote the EV, particularly in India, when you want to go for sustainable energy thing, when we want to go for to reduce the pollution level. So the first thing is the regulation. There are different government regulations which provide a lot of incentives, particularly to adopt the EV. You can see there are advertisements from government, Delhi government, other state governments. There are different incentives, like you will get a free registration, sometimes you may get a parking priority, sometimes you may get, even if you will get a charger, there is also some subsidy. So we have to push it. If you want to push something into the market, and if you want to push it for the mass adaptation, then you have to make a flexible regulation and some incentive at the initial stage to adapt this EV. The second important thing which I have already discussed, which is already in everybody's mind, the charging infrastructure, where I will charge it. Let us take a simple example of, let us IIT Delhi. Or you can take the example of any high-rise building in any of the housing society. Suppose I am staying in 16th floor or 15th floor. I have an electric vehicle, even if a two-wheeler, where I will charge it. I can't pull out the battery from my two-wheeler or three-wheeler, take it to my 14th floor, charge it in my home. Because this have a lot of disadvantage. I have to take it on the lift, then charging in my home, a lithium-ion battery. Why should I do it? But where are the charging infrastructure? How many charging infrastructure are in the parking plot? So that's why the Ministry of Housing, Urban Development, the Ministry of Power, even if the DHI, Department of Heavy Industry, Department of Science Technology, so multiple government ministries are involved in providing various regulations, in providing various incentives, in providing various guidelines, particularly for the adaptation of vehicle. Besides that, Niti Aayog is also playing a very important role, particularly to promote this EV in terms of the FAME, FAME 1 as well as FAME 2. So that's why my point is, the charging infrastructure is very, very important. And why it is important? Because you have to take out the fear from the mind of the people. Yes, there are enough charging infrastructure are available. Now the second question comes, because as this particular program is sponsored by the Ministry of Power, and being a power engineer myself, my background is from power. Now you think of, there are hundreds of charging stations in a particular place, and they draw power from the nearby substation transformer. So when all the charging stations are on, you can find the amount of the power you require, the amount of the current you draw from the transformer is very, very large. So either you have to upgrade it, or if you have don't the capacity to upgrade the transformer, because I am adopting this electric vehicle, a large number of charging stations have been set up, vehicles are coming, they are charging at a time. So if they will charge at a time, then you may not able to meet that much of power with the existing transformer. So the point is, we should not think this problem as an isolated problem, the charging infrastructure. The charge point operator, CPO, they should not think, okay, I will put 100 of charging stations so that it will give flexibility to the vehicle owner to come and charge it. But simultaneously, we have to look into the perspective from the distribution utility. Like in Delhi, different distribution utility, BSES Rajdhani, BSES Yamuna, Tata Power. Now, with the existing infrastructure available, can I support it? Although people are telling we have enough power, yes, we have enough power to charge these vehicles. There are also subsidy provided to charge the electric vehicles. Now, this power utility are planning to put a separate meter. Suppose I am a residential consumer. I have already a particular meter, which is to be used for all my appliances in my home. But besides that, if I am taking an electric vehicle, I am putting a charger, the tariff will be different. So we are encouraging, that's fine. But simultaneously, we have to look into what is the stress on the grid, what is the stress on the equipment which are used by the power utility. So that's why the charging infrastructure is very, very important. And similarly, as already mentioned, the battery technology is also much more important. The grid stability is also an important. So this is a completely interconnected problem. It should not be taken as isolated in promoting the charging infrastructure so that everybody can charge at any particular time they want. We want a smart charging infrastructure. So when I'm talking of the smart charging infrastructure, it can be smart in two ways. Because nowadays the electric utility are coming up with TOD, time of day, TOU, time of use based tariff. The tariff throughout the day will not be flat. Depending on the availability, your tariff will change. So ultimately, as a customer, if I want to charge my vehicle, I should charge this vehicle whenever the tariff is low. So how to achieve that? So that's why my charger or the charging management system, we need a charging management system which should be very smart enough. So these are the very important aspects when you are looking into the EV infrastructure, we are looking into the power infrastructure, or you can tell we are looking into the complete energy sector. Because ultimately I want to conserve my energy, I want to give benefit to my customers, so they should charge their vehicle with a minimum cost. Okay, so these are the important problems which we should deal with. So some thoughts to promote the EV, the development of charger, as already mentioned, the AC charger as well as the DC charger. I will come to different type of chargers which are commonly used. We don't have a uniform charger. There are different type of vehicle which we are using. For example, if you are going for a Mahindra e-Verito, so the charging gun is having a standard or protocol which is GBT protocol. Similarly, if you will go for Hyundai Kona, or if you will go for MG Motor, if you will go for any other Tata vehicle, you will get the another charging gun which is CCS charger. Similarly, there is a CHAdeMO. So CHAdeMO is basically Japanese standard, GBT is the Chinese standard, as well as CCS is the European and American standard. So different vehicle adopt different standards. India government has come up with Bharat standard, Bharat 001 standard. I'll come to that. So that's why my main point is to promote this EV infrastructure. As already mentioned to you, the central government has a lot of initiatives, a lot of ministry are putting their effort into this. As an example, I have already told you, Department of Heavy Industry, then Department of this Ministry of Power, the Ministry of Transportation, Housing and Urban Development, including Department of Science and Technology. So every ministry is playing an important role in a particular way. Similarly, state governments, all the state government are also putting their effort to promote to the EV. Then the automotive manufacturers, the OEMs are also coming into the picture. And the most importantly, the fleet owner and operator. You might have seen many of the vehicle by this blue, which is the company, the fleet operator, they are trying also to adopt this electric vehicle. And ultimately, the investor and the financial institutions, they must take part to promote this EV and make it successful. So this is the promoting EV by Indian government. If you look into the National Council for Electric Mobility, it is established in 2011, and then the government has come up with the FAME proposal. So I'm not going into the detail. Many people know all these schemes which are given by various organizations. So the major push, this is the electric vehicle structure as already mentioned to you. If you look into the conventional engine, the transmission through the fuel, but in a battery operated vehicle, so you might have seen outside one of the startup has demonstrated a retrofitting of the vehicle. So your existing vehicle, whether it is a IC engine vehicle, can be retrofitted into an electric vehicle. Okay. So Delhi government also allowed the retrofitment of the vehicle. Any of your vehicle you can retrofit. So there are the vendors who can do this retrofitting, so that you can't throw away a large number of vehicles just after 10 years or 15 years. So the retrofitment is one of the option, but everything is having its merit and demerit. So I'm not telling retrofitment is the best option, but people are going for the retrofitment. So when you do it, what is happening in the electric vehicle? The engine is replaced by the motor, and you need a motor controller, and you need the power. The fuel tank is gone with the battery. So similarly, you can go for the hybrid vehicle. It has both the provision, and these are the different type of electric vehicle which are coming into the picture. So these are some EVs in India. Already I have told you, because I'm not sure many of you may know, the Reva is the first small electric prototype vehicle which was developed by Chetan Maini. And now he has given it to Mahindra, and now Chetan Maini is a leading industrialist in particularly for the battery swapping. Because battery swapping is another technology just to have regarding this charging infrastructure. We have the charger. Now instead of the charger, can I swap the battery? And this is possible, particularly in India. If I'm talking of, we are looking into the swapping of the battery for two-wheeler and three-wheeler. There are plenty of the swapping stations already installed. The perhaps Sun Mobility of Chetan Maini, they have installed the swapping stations in Chandigarh. In Delhi also you will find some of the swapping stations. So you take your battery, take out the battery from your two-wheeler, put it in the swapping station, and take out another new battery for your use. But the only problem here to adapt it, because now we are going, Niti Aayog has already published the battery swapping policy and all other things. So the only problem is when I'm swapping my battery, you see the different OEM are coming up with the two-wheeler in particular with different shape and size. So if you look into the shape and size of the battery are completely different. So you can't have a versatility of the battery type, particularly for the battery swapping station. Because if you look into the cell is standardized. Either we have a AA, AAA type of cell. But when I am coming to the pack, okay, for the lithium-ion battery pack, which is used in the vehicle itself, their shape and size are different. So to promote this particular battery swapping, so what they do, you need the pack manufacturer. It must have a uniformity, which will be used by a particular OEM, one OEM, two OEMs, or three OEMs. Then there must be an operator, whether it is Ola, Uber, Zomato, because they will use all those vehicles, and the fourth one who will control all these things. So if all of them are coming together, taking that concept, there is a battery swapping station which are installed in many parts of India at present. Because the main idea of this battery swapping station is, you just swap the battery, like you fill the petrol within 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or 5 minutes, so you swap the battery and go away. So that will reduce the range anxiety in your mind. If I'm driving my two-wheeler or three-wheeler, always I have a range anxiety. So to reduce that, and where you will find this battery swapping station? Anywhere, everywhere, anytime, every time. It may be in a pizza shop, it may be in any other shop, it may be in a petrol pump, it may be somewhere else. So you just swap the battery. And mostly it is now used by many of the service providers. Like I have told you, the Flipkart, the Zomato, or all other service provider, they are adopting few of the electric vehicles and starting circulation in a particular area. So that's why these are the different vehicle. The Mahindra, you can see the Tata Nexon, you can see the Hyundai Kona. So now another important thing here which arises in everybody's mind, you can look into the battery specification. The battery is either 52 volt or 72 volt. particularly all these Mahindra Spec and others. And the kilowatt hour, if you look into, it starts from very simple 11 kilowatt hour to 44 kilowatt hour in MG motors. What does it mean for a layman? I will give you a simple example. Suppose my vehicle is having a battery whose capacity is 20 kilowatt hour. So if it is 20 kilowatt hour, I will charge it in my home. When the battery will be completely charged, so I have already consumed 20 kilowatt hour. So 1 kilowatt hour is 1 unit. So 20 unit I have to pay the price. What is the price of 20 unit? Even in commercial rate, 20 unit is 200 rupees. Okay. So I charge my vehicle, the battery capacity is 20 kilowatt hour, and almost it will cover a range of 160 to 200 kilometer. So what is the cost, running cost per kilometer is approximately 1. So the more will be the battery capacity, the more will be the range, the more time it will take for charging. Because the same example I am giving, suppose I have a charger and it is a fast charger. The fast charger is 15 kilowatt capacity. It is just, you can think of like a tap. I have a tap with a smaller diameter, I have a tap with a larger diameter. And I have a bag, polythene bag or bottle which is to be filled. This bottle is your battery. And depending on the bottle, whether it is half filled or quarter filled or zero, so if you put on a smaller tap, it will take longer time. If it will put on a larger tap, larger diameter, it will take less time. So the concept is same. You know your battery capacity, 20 kilowatt hour. I am putting a charger. Let the charger capacity is 10 kilowatt. Okay. So if the charger capacity is 10 kilowatt, so almost I will take 2 hours to charge it, because the battery is 20 kilowatt hour. So that is a fast charger. But if I use a fast charger of 20 kilowatt, I will take 1 hour. If I have a fast charger of 40 kilowatt, I may take half an hour. So can I take, if I will take 200 kilowatt charger and I will charge it, it will charge instantaneously? No. It depends on the chemistry of the battery. It depends on the C rate of the battery, charging rate of the battery, how much current it can take. Beyond that particular current, if we push it power, if we push all the foods on my throat, my capacity is like that, maybe I will die after some time. So that is the point, you have to look into that. So these are the very fundamental understanding regarding which is having in our mind. So that's why people tell, when you charge it with a AC charger, because the battery is 20 kilowatt, I am using a AC charger. So when I am using a AC charger, it uses the onboard charger. The onboard charger which converts the DC is hardly 7 kilowatt or something like that. So if it is 7 kilowatt, 20 kilowatt battery has to be charged, it will take 3 hours. So this is a simple, not linear, it may take 3 and 4 hours like that. So I am giving you just a fundamental understanding of all this, whatever we are doing on this. So these are the different vehicle. I am just keeping on this because I have already got a signal of 5 minutes more. So these are the charger and charging level. We have AC level 1. You can see a small charger of 3.3 kilowatt. Why it is 3.3 kilowatt? What is our power supply in our home? 220 volt. 15 ampere current maximum. So what is 15 into 220 into 15? 3.3. So that charger capacity is 3.3. A small charger 3.3. That means if I am making a home charger, which is also demonstrated outside, you can see it. If you are making a home charger, you put it on your socket, that is a 15 ampere socket, which is generally used for your air conditioner or geyser. So that means you can take 15 ampere and the maximum power is 3.3 kilowatt. Your battery is 20 kilowatt. So how many hours you will charge it? 7 hours. इसलिए लोग बोलते हैं when you are doing AC charging, the duration is more because the capacity is less. So this is the very interesting thing. So there is a fast charger also, AC fast charger as well as DC fast charger. So there is a DC level 1 and DC level 2, and you can increase the voltage level also, because Tesla etc. they increase the voltage level to 600 volt or something like that. Okay. So this is a charger of some manufacturing company. There are many manufacturer company of the charger. So this is the GON or charging connector I was talking of. These are the different connector you can see. You can see the CCS type 1 charger, CCS type 2 charger. So I am not going into the detail of this because of the sparsity of the time. Then ABB technology, this is a pollution-free e-rickshaw. They have already implemented in Jabalpur. There are some Tata Power launches electric vehicle charging infrastructure in Mumbai as well as in Delhi. These are the promotion of the charging infrastructure. And as already mentioned, to promote this charging infrastructure, to have the standards, etc., the Ministry of Power, the Central Electricity Authority, the BE, they plays an important role. I'm a part of many of these committee in all these things. NTPC is also putting some smart EV charging stations. So that's why my main point to tell you, this is everybody's business. We can't tell EV is nobody's business. This is everybody's business. So we want the participation from everyone. The OEM, the policymaker, the governments, particularly us. We voluntarily should come forward at least to use the EV. Because I was just telling Baduriya, is a very simple example we are talking of. If you look into the three highly important society in and around IIT Delhi, one is IIT Delhi, one is AIMS, another is JNU. And most of the professor we are talking never travel more than 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers in a day. So why not we set an example by adopting the electric vehicle? Because my running is not that much. I can charge it in my home. So we have to set some example to promote this EV. So that's why many government agencies have already taken initiative. All the government vehicles should be electric vehicle. So this is a handbook of electric vehicle charging infrastructure by Niti Aayog. If you look into here, the Ministry of Power, they target for public charging to give facility. And similarly, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, they also implemented the rule. Even if you are going to have a new society, new building, at least 20% space there for the charging facility. So that is the most important, the way in which you can promote the charging infrastructure. And Delhi government also mandates 5% parking for the EV charging. So these are the different initiatives are taken for the EV infrastructure. And the charging infrastructure by this, these are the few company I have installed just here, but there are much more company which are coming forward to put this charging infrastructure. So as the time is not there, just I want to tell you, charging infrastructure cannot be looked as an isolated one. When I'm looking into the charging infrastructure, I have to look into how it is interacting with the grid. And once it is interacting with the grid, this is very important, the grid stability, the grid issue is also another important factor. So the ultimate way, now the people are going for the smart charging. So smart charging is the solution where you can manage the charging of the vehicles in an efficient manner without stressing the grid, without stressing the equipment which are used in the substation. So this is one of the most important thing. Priyanka ma'am, will I close? Yeah. Thank you. So these are the different charging level. I am not going into the detail to all this. So these are the some chargers. You can see the charger as well as the charging plug. So I'll show you one slide which may be useful to you, because some of the most important thing what we want to do, this is the maybe in the next discussion by Professor Santanu and others, we'll look into the how there is a beautiful concept now coming, and we have a vehicle. Now suppose there are hundreds of vehicles parking in a parking lot, in the mall or somewhere in the office. So all these 100 vehicles, they are parked in the daytime and having sufficient SOC. Can you sell this power or not? There is a need. I can sell this power. So all these concepts now are coming into the picture. We call it V2X. Vehicle to X. And that X is anything. Whether it is vehicle to vehicle, it is vehicle to grid, it may be vehicle to internet, V2I. So V2X is a concept, or V2G is the concept which are coming up. So where I can sell my power which is stored in my battery. You can tell it is a moving powerhouse. My vehicle is a moving powerhouse. So if my vehicle is a moving powerhouse, maybe it can give a small power when it is alone, but if there are hundreds of vehicles parked in a parking lot, and you can take, suppose each is a 20 kilowatt. So 20 kilowatt into 100, it becomes 2 into 10 to the power 4 kilowatt. So almost you will get 2002 megawatt of power is stored in those 100 vehicles. You can sell few of that. if the price is high during the daytime. So that concept is now coming, that is V2G. This is a research area as well as the implementation part is also very, very important. So I want to conclude all these things, and these are some, because our director Sahab has already mentioned, I represent here as the head of the department of the CART, Center for Automotive Research and Tribology. I thank Priyanka at least to give the opportunity to me to be here and to represent my center. It is one of the unique center we have established in 2019, where we have already started a MTech program on e-mobility, and you can find the state-of-the-art lab established here. So this is my lab where all these chargers have been developed, and all the testing, we can test the battery up to 90 kilowatts. So we have a collaboration with many of the industry in and around Delhi and as well as India. So, and similarly, we have also worked with Honorable PSA office, because I lead one of the vertical in Delhi cluster project, that is the e-mobility cluster project, which is to be promote the e-mobility in Delhi NCR. So thank you and enjoy the. Yeah. Anything, any question or something you want to discuss, or? I know Priyanka has given the high tea, which is more than the high lunch. And I feel many of you may feel sleepy. But still, I want to make you alive. Yeah, any questions from your side? Or we can interact later on. Yeah, yeah. That may be the best difficult question. Yeah, please. See, that's why I'm telling you, different government are putting different incentives. Actually, if you look into the Delhi government, they have already announced the subsidy of 1 lakh or something if you are purchasing a vehicle, depending on the type of the vehicle. And besides that, your registration is also waived off. That is in the policy. Even if you are procuring a charger, you will get 50 or 60% rebate in the charger. And the most important thing is the tariff. The rate at which you will charge your vehicle is very, very less. And the most important thing, you don't have to go after 2 years in every 6 months or every year for the pollution check or something like that. Okay, and for which the fine is very heavy nowadays. If you forget it, the SMS comes, you charge. So many advantages and disadvantages. And another important thing is, if anybody has drive this electric vehicle, you can feel the difference. The power, the starting, and all other things are really enjoyable. We can enjoy the vehicle on its own. And definitely there is a question in everybody's mind, ये battery कितना दिन चलेगा? That is the most important thing. So there are technology which are coming, but at least, you see, there are two things. One is the fixed cost, and other is the running cost. If you have the running, which is much more important, I hope you can cover the cost during the life of the battery. Again, it depends on the range and the battery, because the most cost of the EV is the battery. Other cost is very, very, you can tell 50-50 type of thing. Like everybody is having the inverter in their home, whether it is a Microtech inverter, Sun inverter, or whatever the inverter cost is 2,000, 2,500. And the lead acid battery which are using for that, the cost is 6,000, 7,000. So you can just give a rough idea, because there are some other very young who are not of the power engineering or something like that. So you can have a imagine what is the cost of the battery and what is the cost of the rest of the part of the vehicle. Yeah. Thank you. Sir, please. I hope, sir, we can achieve the target, because whatever the advertisement Delhi government has given, they have already achieved the target there, whatever the target, but we can achieve the target maximum by 2030. And that is also in the COP declaration, we have to by 2035, we have to wave out of all these IC engines and other things. So we will do. And you can see also the example, nowadays, most of the vehicles you can see in the road are also coming from the electric side. And in particular, these like Ola, Uber and other type of the mass transport system, shared transport system, they are also venturing into the adaptation of this EV, electric vehicle. So I hope, and similarly, there are different agencies which are government is pushing, like NHEV, I am a part of that, National Highway for EV. So already they have started a pilot run of NHEV between Delhi to Agra. This year they have started the pilot run from Delhi to Jaipur. Delhi to Chandigarh, already another section also. So there is a target of all these NH in next 5 years will be EV friendly. That means in the nearby dhaba or somewhere else, you can find the fast charger. You enjoy the paratha in Murthal or you enjoy the paratha in any other place, have your vehicle charged within half an hour. So that is the point where people are coming up. So I hope there is a future. And again, the point is the mindset has to be changed. That is the most important thing. Yeah. Thank you all, and for giving me the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and encouragement. Your address has given necessary insights to the key theme of the conference, and it has laid the foundation for the rest of the sessions to follow. For the next keynote address, it is my pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker, Professor P.S.N. Rao. He is the Director, SPA Delhi. He will be delivering on the topic Sustainable Urban Planning. Professor P.S.N. Rao is the Director of School of Architecture and Planning, Delhi. He is a person of eminence in the world of architecture and infrastructure. He has been instrumental in designing some of the landmarks of the country. Professor P.S.N. Rao has been inspiring the younger generation to be creative for the growth of infrastructure in India. On this note, I would like to invite Sir for the address.
Thank you. Full screen. Okay. Good afternoon, friends. I think Dr. Panigrahi has delivered a very electrifying address, if I may use that phrase. Thank you. We will continue with the theme on, so where are these cars going to ply? They're going to ply in our cities and between cities. So, sustainable cities. Now, if you look at the way in which the country is urbanizing and the way in which we are moving, when our country was to get independence in the 40s, we were only about 14% of Indian population at that time living in the urban areas. Today, we have crossed 30%. So more than a third of the country is living in urban areas. So to do this movement from 14 or let's say 15% to 30%, so urban population in India has doubled, and this doubling has taken place in a period of 75 years. Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav hum mana rahe hain abhi. So it has taken almost 75 years for us to double the population living in urban areas. It is believed that in another 20 years, we are again going to double the urban population. We are going to cross the 50% mark. So what does that mean? Earlier we took 75 years, and now we are only going to take about 20 or 25 years. So which means that the rate of urbanization is increasing. More and more people are moving faster and faster into the urban areas. The reasons are well known, why we don't want to live in the villages, why we want to live in the cities. It can be employment, it can be health, it can be education, it can be whatever. So I have some key facts put in front of you here. Nearly 3.5 billion people live in cities today world over, and we are going to move to about 5 billion by 2030, which is not really far away. And most of this increase in urban population is actually going to happen in the developing world. If you go to many parts of Scandinavia or Europe, you will find that population growth is hardly anything. Whereas in the developing part of the world, particularly in the global south, you will find that population increase is really very high there. And another strange thing is that world cities occupy just 3% of the Earth's land, but account for about 80%, 60 to 80% of the energy consumption and 3/4 of all the carbon emissions. So cities are really what are contributing to the problems that all of us have. All this that we are talking about in COP and so on, these are all on account of what we are doing in our cities. So therefore, do we not have cities? Are we going to wish away living in urban areas? Are we going to wish away the modern way of life? Is a big question that is staring in our eyes. And well, you can only adapt and adopt various kinds of technologies like the one that we heard just now. That could be one of the ways. So obviously there is a need for sustainable development. Sustainable development where you use the natural resources only up to that extent, so that there are other generations also who are going to come after you have gone, and they will also need resources so that life can continue, human race can propagate and continue its existence on the planet Earth. So sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present day without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. So you can't think about only I, me and myself and finish off all the resources today, but what about the future to come? Your children and grandchildren, where are they going to go? So we have what are called these sustainable development goals, which I am sure most of you are well aware of. Sustainable goal number 11 is about sustainable cities, and there are others like hunger, poverty, water, etc., education, health, what happens inside the sea, aquatic life, so on and so forth. But sustainable goal number 11 is what we are really concerned about cities and how cities can be more sustainable. So goal 11 actually talks about all these if you go into further details. By 2030, which is not really very far away, we've already entered the decade, affordable housing and basic services to upgrade people who live in slums. Most of our cities, almost a third of our population is actually living in the slum areas. And if you've been to one of these slum areas, then you would have seen the quality of life there, the quality of water, the quality of all the other facilities that are required for healthy life. They are not really present there, and therefore they affect the productivity, they affect privacy, they affect dignity. So there are serious problems. Providing access to safe, affordable, accessible, sustainable transport systems. I'll not speak much about that because a lot has just been spoken on that. Participatory, integrated, sustainable human settlement planning and management. So if you look at all these organic settlements, the slums, 25, the last time a survey was done in the city of Delhi, and that was decades ago, don't ask me why it has not been surveyed once again, 25 lakhs of people live in the slum areas in the city of Delhi. So 25 lakhs is a huge quantum. We are often given examples of what is happening in the Western world, how sustainable is Copenhagen or XYZ, but then what is the size of those? If you look at just one city and only the slum population in one city, you will find that the figures go very, very huge. In Mumbai, it is almost 50% as per the 2011 census. 50% of Mumbai actually lives in the slum areas where health and hygiene is at peril. So we need to also look at safeguard our cultural heritage, safeguard our natural heritage. The example was given in the opening speech about the trees being cut, and for those of us who have been living in Delhi, we have seen the controversy on tree cutting that happens in Delhi. So all these have environmental implications. There is also a law which is called the Biodiversity Act, which many people are not aware of, wherein we need to develop our human settlements in such a manner that not only can we live comfortably, but also the birds, the bees, the animals, they also have to live. So this planet is not only for you and me, but it's for the plants, it is for the birds, it is for the animals, it is for the entire biodiversity to be there. So there's a National Biodiversity Act, there's a Biodiversity Authority. So there are so many rules and regulations in that we need to follow all of those things. So now prescriptions are coming that in every city you must have what is called a city forest. Fortunately in Delhi probably we have greens unlike in other cities. So we do have some biodiversity here, but in many places it is just non-existent. So these are all the kinds of things that we need to have when we talk about making human settlements sustainable. We need to have all of these things. And so what actions have been taken? Let's take a look at, let's take a global overview what different countries have done, what actions they have taken on this count. If you look at Copenhagen, for instance, it is considered to be one of the most greenest cities in the world, and it is having a goal of being the most carbon neutral capital by 2025. So they are following all that needs to be done: energy efficient district heating systems, conserving energy for their air conditioning and all that, because for their heating, because these are countries where it is extremely hot. For them heating is more important, for us probably cooling is more important. So the priorities vary from place to place, and the way in which they are looking at it, they are looking at cycling on large scale, where we are unfortunately aspiring to buy cars. Most of us want to buy our first car and then go for our second car and third car and so on. But there people are actually leaving cars and they are going towards bikes. So if you look at actions taken in Copenhagen, these are all the actions which they have taken in reducing emissions and improving the health, improving mobility of the citizens. Supercycle highways are what they are building. We are building highways for having faster car movement. They are building highways for having faster and comfortable cycle movement, so that more and more people can bicycle every day to their offices and to their homes. If you look at California, San Francisco Bay Area, it's one of the tech hubs, and I think most of your seniors are all there. Now improve energy efficiency in buildings and enhance transportation to make go for clean energy. So they are talking about hybrid electric buses. I think we are in our country where we just started this talk, but I think this has started much before in all these places, having these electric buses, and also reducing, because they have a serious water problem. So reducing the usage of water to as low as about 50 gallons per day, while earlier it was much more. So how do we reduce our water usage? If you just look at the water usage in the 5-star hotels, the water usage even for maintaining a car, every car in Delhi uses 1 bucket of water in the morning. There's a guy who comes and who cleans your car, and he uses 1 bucket of water. And if you look at the city of Delhi, how many cars are there? At some time ago, there was a statistic that the number of cars in Chennai, Mumbai and Kolkata put together are less than the number of cars that are there in Delhi. So when you have millions of cars, so millions of buckets of water, and each bucket of water is maybe 30 liters or 20 liters, whatever. So that much amount of water just goes in only cleaning your car. Whereas almost 30% of your population is struggling to get water, that same 1 or 2 buckets in the slum areas. So it is a very serious problem, but they are able to do it by installing various kinds of sensors and so on, so that you don't waste water. Every drop saved is every drop earned. You go to Canada, Vancouver is a North American city, and this city has also prepared a Green City Action Plan. So they want to do several things. 100% energy using renewable sources by 2050, using wind energy, using solar energy, using several other alternatives to the conventional electricity that we have. So using all forms of energy, and essentially there in a cold country like Canada, the heating requirements are more. So they also have a green city action plan. Stockholm in Sweden is another example that is often quoted as a sustainable city, where it is often referred to as the European Green Capital, where they have prepared a plan, fossil fuel free by 2050. So these are all cities where these things are being taken very, very seriously globally, and action plans are being prepared so that they are able to recognize and take steps towards solving their problems. Whereas in our situation, it is probably very different. We are actually aspiring to go in for more and more of these gadgets rather than actually preparing an action plan to solve some of these. Singapore, of course, is very popular, and most of these places I'm sure all of you would have visited, and they all have these sustainable development goals and plans prepared, limiting car ownership and several other kinds of things, using walk to work, and all these concepts in their neighborhoods are very, very popular. Morocco is another example where you can use, where people are tapping in a lot of solar energy in order to generate, because it is the temperature is such that you can tap a lot of solar energy and you can utilize solar energy for the requirements. Now there is this example of an eco-city in China, which I thought that we should just have a look at. And here what they have done is that they have prepared a complete master plan for this eco-city. It is completely a greenfield project, and in this greenfield project they are trying to strike a balance between competing needs of economic, social and environmental requirements. And the planning principles which they have followed are land use planning, where there is something called a compact city concept. Now this compact city concept is actually 50 years old, and even till today we are unfortunately not really focusing on this compact city concept. We are still, most of our cities are actually ending up in sprawls where long distances people are forced to travel, and obviously you are wasting time, you are wasting energy, you are wasting fuel, whatever be the kind of fuel, fossil fuel or renewables or whatever you have, there is a lot of waste. So why can't you have things in a more compact manner? There is also a concept of what is called a 15-minute city. There is a lot of literature that's available. I will not go into all of that. But here in China, they have planned this city where they want to go in for mixed use, where things are available, where everything you just walk around or you cycle around, and then you are in a position to meet all your requirements, whether it is health, whether it is education, whether it is shopping, whether it is recreation. All these are available in a radius of about 15 minutes. So that's what they call a 15-minute city or an eco-city. And you are most of the time either walking or using public transport rather than private transport. The focus, the emphasis and the aspiration in our country, every day you open the newspaper and you find so many advertisements for private transport rather than public transport being encouraged. So for whatever reason we are doing that, in most places outside, public transport is being encouraged rather than private transport. Green and blue network, there is again another concept of what is called a sponge city, where how do you ensure that water gets absorbed into the underground aquifers, and then you are in a position to tackle flooding and so on. So essentially an axis, centers and districts. That's the concept that they've used. The axis is for the public transport, and the centers for providing the basic amenities in the neighborhoods, and then the districts which are actually the neighborhoods. So that's the concept which they have used. A 400 meter by 400 meter grid is what is called an eco cell, and these eco cells put together become an eco neighborhood, and that is how the entire concept of this city in China is to work. So while we have taken this global overview of so many countries outside the country and what is happening in China, now what are we doing in our own country? What is happening in our own cities? That is where now the question lies, that we are taking baby steps, no doubt. As has just now been said, on solar or on batteries, electric mobility, we are taking baby steps. Rainwater harvesting, we are taking baby steps. So all these are there, but then more serious concerted attention is required. And I think there is a whole new arena of knowledge, information, professionalization, and need for new young people to get into this business, get into this profession. Urban planning is going to become extremely important. And this budget, our Honorable Finance Minister has also mentioned about urban planning in the budget speech and allocated a lot of funds. And in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, there is a proposal for setting up 8 new cities in the country. Where are these 8 new cities going to be set up? We don't know as yet. The ministry is working on it. What will be the shape of these? Where will they be located? How will they be designed? What principles they are going to follow? All this is open for discussion. And these will be on a challenge mode, and how they are going to be financed. Because building a city is not as simple as building a hospital or a building or because it's a big organism by itself. Where is the water? Where are you going to bring the water from? Where are you going to bring the power from? Where will you dispose of the garbage? When you're talking about several lakhs of people living together in one human settlement, all these questions will have to be answered in a scientific manner. So the ministry is currently working on these, and there will be people who will come, who will make the investments, who will make it happen. There will be companies who will come to set up shop, there will be universities who will come to set up, there will be other entrepreneurs who will come to set up the hospitals, and that is how the city gets built. No city is built like Chandigarh any longer in the present day context. Those days are gone. So if you have to rope in investments from several quarters, then it will be a challenge methodology, and that is what is currently being worked out by the ministry. There is a committee which is working on this. I also happen to be a part of that, so that's why I am privy to this. And so therefore, when this happens, then I think there will be a lot of scope for most of us who are sitting in this room to give our contributions into this kind of a new way of addressing human settlements, so that we are able to look at the sustainable development goals. But then that is only for the green field. But what happens to the existing cities which are already there? We are already living in these big cities. So how do we retrofit? How do we redevelop and retrofit the places where we are already in exist? We are not going to abandon Delhi to move to some other new place. These are going to remain. So that remains the next challenge. So with these thoughts, I hope I have been able to ignite your minds, and thank you so much for listening to me. I am done. So I've saved 2 minutes. Thank you so much. If there's anything anybody would like to react or comment, or any question, any doubt, or you can email also. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. We will now be going ahead with the panel discussion. It will be on the topic of sustainable mobility and transportation. I would like to introduce the panel moderator, Professor Santanu Misra. He is a professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering. His research specialization is in power electronics. Power electronics and research interest lies in multi-phase DC power conversion, DC to AC power conversion, power management circuits, modeling, and control power electronic system. Joining the panel discussion is Professor Ravinder Kumar, Chief Scientist, and Professor ACSIR, Professor VK Vijay, Professor in Center for Rural Development and Technology, IIT Delhi, Professor Geetam Diwari. He's a professor and head of transportation planning. Professor Saptarshi Parsak, assistant professor at CART, IIT Delhi. Next is Sri Jawad Khan, founder of Tatbol Private Limited. Sri Rahul Soni, head of projects, EVI Technologies. Now I request, okay. Yes, sir, I will. I request the session moderator to kindly take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. So welcome to this panel discussion. So this discussion is about sustainable mobility and transportation. So as it was said that I am Santanu Mishra, I work on EV infrastructure mainly. So I'll be the moderator of this session. So this vision of sustainable mobility is quite relevant in the present context. Because in order to achieve this, there are a lot of research and technological goals that still needs to be achieved. And in order to see how this vision is being taken forward, we have a distinguished class of experts today to shed light on these issues. I'm very honored to have a range of experts in this particular topic, starting from transportation planning to biofuels to EV manufacturing to motor as well as EV charging infrastructure design, both from the industry and academia. So let me first introduce them, and then we will go ahead with some present with their visions, right? So let me first introduce Professor VK Vijay. So he is the IREDA chair professor at CRD IIT Delhi. So he's a very distinguished member of this society, with being the national coordinator of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and he's also a stalwart in rural technology development, especially in biogas and biofuels. We have Professor Dr. Ravindra Kumar. He's the chief scientist at CSIR, Central Road Research Institute, and his primary goal is in research is transportation planning and environmental impact. And he's also a renowned expert in sustainable transportation from a vehicular emission point of view. So then we have Professor Geetam Tiwari. So she is a professor in civil engineering at IIT Delhi. She is our renowned expert in transportation issues for low-income countries, right? So she contributes in efficient transportation, pollution-free conveyance. So then we have Mr. Javed Khan. He is the CEO of Tatpol. So he will be our EV manufacturing expert in this panel discussion. And Tatpol primarily works on affordable, efficient and sustainable mobility solutions. We have Professor Saptarshi Parsak. So he is a professor at Center for Automotive Research and Tribology, CART, at IIT Delhi. And he has rich industry experience in motor design, especially for two-wheelers and three-wheelers, which is very relevant to our country. Then we have Mr. Rahul Soni, who is the project head at EVI Technologies. So EVI Technology is a homegrown EV charging infra design company. So they make EV charging infrastructure. And they have also developed some battery swapping solution for our country. So let us start this discussion on sustainable mobility and transportation. So we'll start from Professor V.K. Vijay and hear his vision on this particular topic.
Namaskar. Today we are discussing about sustainable mobility. And if you locate the Indian scenario, हम लोग जो टू व्हीलर यूज़ करते हैं, फोर व्हीलर यूज़ करते हैं, ट्रैक्टर यूज़ करते हैं, ट्रेडिशनली वी वर यूजिंग बुलक कार्ट्स, एनिमल कार्ट्स, फिर हमारी पॉपुलेशन 32 करोड़ 1947 में थी, आज 140 करोड़ हो गई है। शहर हमारे इतने बढ़ गए हैं, इतने कंजेस्टेड हो गए हैं कि अगर दिल्ली में मेरे को 10 किलोमीटर ट्रेवल करना है, IIT दिल्ली से मान लो कनॉट प्लेस जाना है, कम से कम घंटा भर मान के चलते हैं हम लोग, कहीं भी जाना हो हमको। जबकि हम फोर व्हीलर में जा रहे हैं, 10 किलोमीटर हमको 10 मिनट में आ जाना चाहिए या 15 मिनट लगना चाहिए। और जब दिल्ली में 3 करोड़ लोग रह रहे हैं, सबको ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में कम्यूट करने में, अपने वर्क से होम, वर्क प्लेस से होम और होम से वर्क प्लेस या और कोई भी मार्केट के काम में, तो कितना समय हमारा बिना मतलब वेस्ट हो रहा है। वी हैव टू कंसिडर दैट। सेकेंड कि स्टिल ओनली नियरली 30% पॉपुलेशन इज रिजाइडिंग इन आवर सिटीज़, और अभी भी 69% पीपल आर रिजाइडिंग इन रूरल एरियाज। गांव के लोग जो पहले एनिमल्स यूज कर रहे थे, अपना घोड़ा या बैलगाड़ी, वो भी सब टू व्हीलर पे आ गए हैं, साइकिल भी छोड़ दिया उन्होंने। अब ज़्यादातर के पास मैं देख रहा हूँ घरों में टू व्हीलर्स होते हैं, है ना। अब टू व्हीलर्स के लिए पेट्रोल चाहिए, शहरों में हम जो व्हीकल चला रहे हैं उसमें लिए पेट्रोल चाहिए, तो उसके लिए अब ईवी शहरों में चलने शुरू हुआ है। तो जितना पेट्रोल हमको चाहिए लगभग उसका 80% हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं। लास्ट ईयर तक की फिगर लगभग 9 लाख करोड़ थी, अभी बढ़कर इस पर 13-14 लाख करोड़ तक पहुंचने वाली है। जब हम 13-14 लाख करोड़ का इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं फॉसिल फ्यूल, उसको एमिट कर रहे हैं, ग्रीन हाउस गैस एमिशन और क्लाइमेट चेंज उससे हो रहा है, और ये पेमेंट है वो कंट्री का पेमेंट जो है हमको डॉलर्स में जनरली करना पड़ता है। तो बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट इज अफेक्टेड while we are importing this fossil fuel। तो क्यों नहीं हम ऐसा कोई अल्टरनेटिव सोचें, जैसे ईवी अब शुरू हुआ है, जिससे कि हम सस्टेनेबल वे में हमारे अपने रिसोर्सेज को यूज़ करके उसका अल्टरनेटिव कुछ निकाल पाएँ। तो हम लोगों ने थोड़ा सा बायोगैस पे काम शुरू किया करीब 15 साल पहले, और आई एम हैप्पी टू शेयर कि हमने टेक्नोलॉजी भी डेवलप किया, IIT दिल्ली ने उसको कॉमर्शलाइज भी किया, उसको गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को भी दिया, और BIS का स्टैंडर्ड भी बनाया कि बायोमीथेन फॉर व्हीकुलर फ्यूल। और आप देखिए कि मैं IIT दिल्ली में बायोगैस प्लांट हमारा पिछले 35 चला रहे हैं। पहले गोबर से चलता था, अब गोबर आसपास है नहीं, तो हमने क्या किया कि करीब 200 घरों से किचन वेस्ट हम लाते हैं, रोज़ कलेक्ट करते हैं, वो बायोगैस प्लांट में डालते हैं, उसको क्रश करके उससे जो बायोगैस बनती है 20 क्यूबिक मीटर पर डे, उसको प्योरीफाई करते हैं। वो टेक्नोलॉजी हमने डेवलप की, पेटेंट कराई है, और उसी से मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ न्यू एंड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी ने हमको टेस्ट करने के लिए गाड़ी दी थी 2011 में, और वो गाड़ी पिछले 11 साल से बायोगैस पे चल रही है। तो वो कभी पेट्रोल पंप नहीं जाती, और उसके एमिशंस भी बढ़िया हैं, उसका माइलेज भी अच्छा है, उसका ड्राइविंग भी अच्छा है। ड्राइवर से आप पूछोगे तो बताएगा हाँ कि पेट्रोल की गाड़ी चलाएं, CNG की गाड़ी चलाएं, डीजल की गाड़ी चलाएं, उससे भी सिटी ड्राइविंग में बहुत अच्छी है ये। तो वी हैव टू डेवलप ए सिस्टम, इकोसिस्टम, कि हम अपने घरों में, अपने आसपास में जो भी ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट है उसको बायोगैस में कन्वर्ट कर लें। पहले तो LPG को रिप्लेस कर लें कुकिंग के लिए, अगर ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी है तो देन यू कैन प्योरीफाई इट एंड यू कैन यूज इट एज ए व्हीकुलर फ्यूल। तो अभी हमारा एक पीएचडी स्कॉलर काम भी कर रहा है 2 व्हीलर पे, बायोगैस 2 व्हीलर। यहाँ बाहर खड़ा है, वो जो स्कूटी है वो भी हम बायोगैस से चला रहे हैं। उसमें 1.5 किलोग्राम्स के 2 छोटे छोटे सिलेंडर हैं सीएनजी वाले। उसमें इंस्टीड ऑफ सीएनजी वी आर फिलिंग बायोगैस, प्योरीफाइड बायोगैस, बायोमीथेन। हमने आईआईटी दिल्ली में वो सिस्टम भी बना रखा है ग्रामोदय परिसर में कि जो किचन वेस्ट आता है उससे बायोगैस प्लांट, फिर बायोगैस जो प्योरीफाई होती है उसको स्टोर करके फिलिंग सिस्टम बना रखा है। तो कोई भी गाड़ी में हम प्योरीफाइड बायोगैस भर सकते हैं, बायो सीएनजी भर सकते हैं, कंप्रेस्ड बायोगैस भर सकते हैं। तो 2 व्हीलर हम भर रहे हैं और 4 व्हीलर में भर रहे हैं। अब क्योंकि इंडिया में गाँव में तो 2 व्हीलर होने हैं, हम ट्रैक्टर भी चला रहे हैं। हमारा ग्रामोदय परिसर है उसमें बायोगैस ट्रैक्टर भी है। तो वी हैव टू थिंक टुवर्ड्स कि अगर गांव में, पूरे गांव में जो भी एग्रीकल्चरल रेजिड्यू है और जो हमारा काउडंग है और ह्यूमन एक्सक्रीटा है, उन सबको यूज करके हम बायोगैस बनाएं। जितने घर हैं उनको हम एलपीजी को सप्लाई करें पाइपलाइन से गैस को, और एडिशनल गैस है उसको प्योरीफाई करके वहाँ जितने भी 2 व्हीलर हैं गांव में उनको आप बायोगैस भर सकते हैं उसमें। तो अब बायोगैस का डिजाइन कैसा हो, सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स क्या हो, उस पर काम करने की ज़रूरत है। क्योंकि 2 व्हीलर में मोटरसाइकिल जल्दी चल रही है आजकल, तो मोटरसाइकिल की डिज़ाइन कैसी हो, उसमें जो सिलेंडर लगेगा सीएनजी वाला वो कैसा लगेगा, उसका सेफ्टी फीचर्स क्या होगा। इस पर हो सकता है कि सत्ता सी कुछ कर रहे हो, अगर नहीं कर रहे हो तो आई रिक्वेस्ट हिम टू कंसिडर दिस एज ए न्यू रिसर्च एक्टिविटी फॉर आवर कंट्री। तो मुझे तो यही कहना है कि जो हमारा क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, जो ग्रीन हाउस गैस एमिशंस हो रहे हैं, उनको हमको कम करना है। तो वी हैव टू यूज़ मोर एंड मोर लोकल रिसोर्सेज। पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स हमको कम से कम यूज़ करेंगे तो अच्छा है, ताकि एमिशंस हमारे कम होंगे and we can have a sustainable future for our planet Earth. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this let me just add to that. Sir, like while you were talking, actually it interested me that see, even though we are using EV, we have to charge the battery, right?
Yes.
So that battery charging has to be done through electricity that is generated by coal or
So we can generate
so
electric
then
power, yes, yes.
so there is a huge
So even in rural areas or urban areas, we can generate power from biogas.
Right.
We are having a 20 kilowatt generator there, but because quantity of gas available is less, so we are not generating power because power available in my lab. तो हम उसको यूज नहीं कर रहे हैं, पर we can do that also.
Okay,
Yes.
so in fact this will be very an excellent idea for rural places.
हाँ,
because
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ कि गांव के अंदर आपका ह्यूमन एक्सक्रीटा, काउ डंग, एग्रीकल्चर रेजिड्यू, किचन वेस्ट, जितना भी ऑर्गेनिक मटेरियल अवेलेबल है गांव में, शहर में, सब जगह, उसको यूज कर लीजिए। अर्बन एरियाज में भी मल्टी स्टोरीज में आपके पास मान लो 21 की ब्लॉक में या एक की टावर में 24 हाउसेज हैं या 30 हाउसेज हैं, उनमें जितना भी किचन वेस्ट निकल रहा है उनको आप ले लीजिए, ज़मीन पे एक छोटा सा प्लांट, आजकल पोर्टेबल बायोगैस प्लांट्स आर अवेलेबल, वो लगा दीजिए। तो कम से कम 2 घरों की अगर एलपीजी को हम रिप्लेस कर पाए तो दैट इज ए गुड कंट्रीब्यूशन फ्रॉम आवर साइड। तो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट भी हो रहा है और आपको एनर्जी सेविंग भी हो रहा है और ग्रीन फ्यूल भी आपको मिलेगा।
Okay, so let's now broaden our discussion. So we have 2 experts on sustainable transportation. We'll start with Professor Tiwari. So let us hear your vision on this.
So I think sustainable transport has a lot of relevance, and I would say that Indian cities still haven't lost the opportunity completely, but we are losing it fast. Why I say that? Because traditionally our cities have been mixed land use patterns and high density. And we do talk about spread out, but when we start actually looking at hard data, a large number of people walking because they don't have any other choice. So when we talk about future sustainable transport mobility, we have to plan safe places and safe infrastructure for pedestrians. Every single public transport user is also a pedestrian. So that is also actually reflecting on your public transport share, which again you would say is a sustainable mode of transport, whether we talk about buses or metro, both. Now, motorized two-wheeler actually poses a real challenge in terms of sustainability, because it is the mode itself has the highest risk in getting involved in traffic crashes. No matter what we do, even if you wear a helmet, helmet is only 30% effective. So the mode itself, I mean, you are going at a high speed, you are mixed with high speed traffic and you're completely exposed. You can change the fuel, but it remains high risk mode. And it is, think of it from the user's perspective. It is very flexible. It is very reliable because it's available all the time. It can take you to your final destination easily. A motorized two-wheeler does not get stuck in congestion. So from user's perspective, it makes perfect sense to use a motorized two-wheeler. The only way to, I would say, not remove 100% of the trips, but kind of provide an option is that your public transport system has to start competing with motorized two-wheelers in terms of reliability, in terms of comfort, in terms of availability, and bicycling and walking. The only problem is that I think we are so lost in solving the problem for car congestion that we are taking away all the space which rightly belongs to pedestrians and bicycles. So our real challenge is actually to really emphasize on that. And unless we are able to, I would say, accept car congestion, and at the cost of car congestion provide for pedestrians, bicycles and public transport, we are not talking about sustainable mobility. We cannot meet at least 9 major goals of SDGs, SDG 3.6, 11.2, 9.7 and 7.2, you cannot meet without emphasizing on pedestrians. I think so for me, the future city is a sustainable city, is solving problems for pedestrians. There is no other alternative. Thank you.
Yeah, I can see the passion with what you just mentioned, and that brings us to a pretty nice tale on Dr. Ravindra Kumar, because he's an expert in transportation planning and emission. So let's hear for him.
Thank you for giving me opportunity. As you might be aware that in coming 2050, we'll have more than 10 crore population, urban population, and probably the huge growth in populations and rapid urbanization has resulted to the lot of traffic problems, air pollution problems, as well as congestion, delays, safety and accident issues. You might be surprised that we lose more than 156 hours in a year in traffic jam. And especially in evening rush hour, you make for every 30 minutes of trip, you add another 25 minutes extra due to jam. In morning, maybe 16 minutes extra. So it's not only, it's your value of time is lost there. It's also you are losing the fuel. You are making the pollutions on the street. So if you see in terms of the vehicular pollutions, already its contribution to the total pollution is around 27% in India. And you might be aware that Delhi is one of the most polluted city in the world. That's a surprise that where is our quality of life is going. So the question is always asked with the transport planner that how we are living, how is our quality of life. Long back we have the very clean water. We were able to drink from the direct source. Now water is polluted. Now another source for air is polluted. So if you see in terms of the sustainability aspect, where we cover the environment side, social side, as well as economic side, then it's a larger question posed to us: what development we are doing? Is it development if we are not able to inhale the proper air? Almost hardly we find a single day in Delhi where the air quality is below the normal level. That's the alarming point. In some of the countries, even they close when it goes to the yellow level. The whole city is closed, like lockdown. If you remember in the lockdown, the city was closed and we were able to see the clean sky. It's the same Delhi, because of the traffic problem, and again we have come to the same level. So it shows that nature has given everything. It's a created problem of our society. So in that context, we have to see how the role of transportation and transportation behavior aspect can be changed. Now we are living in the era of digital revolution. Lot of things when we were not able to get, like 10 years, 20 years back, we don't have the e-commerce that time. Now we have the another revolution of the e-commerce, which is like if you earlier we want to go to shopping, then you will waste your 10 hours going there and then whole day. Now we have the digital revolution, and that's making your life easier. In fact, the switch of the younger generations as well as the older one also, they like that everything should be delivered in their house. So in that context, if you see the freight revolution, it's directly changing. It's an integration of artificial intelligence and e-commerce and telematics, what we call. So it's all integrated together. Probably we have to look into the new dimension of the today's populations and new dimension of the technology, where the transportation can be the source where we can minimize our trips. Like Madam has told already, we have the many trips which are not up to even 10 kilometers. So in that case, even the smaller trips, is it possible like we can go for the change in the travel behavior? Like recently in lockdown we have experienced about the work from home culture. Of course, it has saved a lot of trips, because when you come out from the home, then directly or indirectly, you are polluting the cities. And in that context, if you see, in terms of not only environment, you are also losing your value of travel time. And value of time means, like many of them, now we have per capita income is so high. And if you convert into the 1 hour daily travel time into the per capita income, so much loss we are losing for the nation. Similarly, for fuel consumption also, if we are just in the jam, so much fuel loss we are making. And this, Professor Vijay has told that we are paying money to the Gulf countries and other countries for the importing the fuels. So in that context, how we can see the change in the travel behavior, that is more important. Rather than, and also if you see it in terms of safety, lot of issues has been raised about the two-wheelers and all, and electric vehicles. Probably sometimes what I see in the vision, that of course electric vehicle is very zero emissions vehicle, but in terms of sustainability, whether it is going to reduce the congestion on the city, it is the major question we have to ask. So in that case, we have to see that how we can segregate the electrification of different modes of travel, like two-wheelers or micro-mobility, like cycles or plus cycle, little bit added with electric vehicles. So we have to see all the segment, because our new generation has lot of expectation. They don't want to travel, like sir has told, they don't want to travel on cycle. So let that should use the motorcycle, but maybe it's some sort of electric cycle. So we have to not want to look into the car aspect, like also Professor Geetam has told, there is a car-based thinking. That has to be changed from that, and we have to offer the intelligent solution to our new generation, because we have a lot of younger population in the country, and their expectation, they think that our Dada was running the cycle, why I should run the cycle? Either we have not developed now. So at least we have to give some edges in that, and many of the startups are now coming with cater the micro mobility aspect, and that's a very good start, like the fashion with the cycle. So that's giving the like health issues Madam has talked. Even the health is, because it's a bimodal, since you can cycle as well as you can use the electric also. So something like that where you can use for the health also, And also the safety issues, that's much important, because always we have seen that car-based society means car-based planning. So from that aspect, somewhere we have to see that how best we can go for the public transport system. Public transport system, until unless we don't improve the public transport system, we can keep running out this type of workshop. It's now not going to change the sustainability aspect, because sustainability covers the economic aspect also, and public transport system offers you the economics as well as safety. So once the reliability component is coming into the picture in the public transport system, probably what we are looking the shift from the cars to this, because as you might be knowing that that before metros there were a lot of cars population, they were not willing to shift. Now after coming of the good reliable transport system, even car owner, they want to go by the metro, because they know that in traffic jam there is no reliability of the to reach the what time we will reach to office or destination. So once your public transport system is so much reliable, as well as I am talking about in terms of the efficient, in terms of fuel efficient, in terms of different fuel blended with, so that it can reduce the emissions. So all together, and apart from that, your use of telematics and integrated artificial intelligence and so many, now we have the portals. You see the new aggregators like Ola, Uber and other platforms, they have changed the game where we were looking at earlier. So that's making you the cheaper as well as easy to get the, means you are knowing that within 2 minutes it will come, so you will not take your ordinal way of traveling. So your traveling has changed. Lot of changes has been because of these IT interventions. So hopefully what I see in the future, maybe autonomous car is one of the vision already in developed country. They are having driverless vehicles all already coming, but in India, again, I am talking about in terms of economy. So in terms of economy, autonomous car again is going to create another problems, maybe in terms of economy aspect. Although from technology aspect, it's very good. But again, the safety issues and so many sensors and all, there are complications in that. So hopefully we have to see our country, how is our profile, how is our income level, how our tradition is there, how is our freight things, what are the distribution centers, what we distribute, and that what is our culture. So taking all this together, and how is our land use development. Lot of things has been told in earlier speaker from SPA. So we have to look into the holistic approach. It's not like only transport can solve, even land use planning, that is going to help you, like transit oriented development. A lot of concept is coming, and that's making you the trip very longer trip to very smaller trip. Even the commercial as well as residential mixed land use, that's making you your trips almost zero. Means you are just going down at the shop and taking your things and going up. So that's type of multiple combination along with the different working style as well as different staggering hours. Even hours also, it's one of the problems when we have the lot of peak hours. So how to shift our peak hours so that at least congestion level we can reduce. In Corona period, if you remember, we have 2-3 standard timing were allocated, that you will travel from 8:30 to 9:30, 9:30 to 10:30. Hopefully that keep on doing all this aspect in spite of Corona is gone almost. But we have to look into that, how best we can utilize that policies into the practice. And once we use it, probably one to other dimension, hopefully we'll achieve the sustainable transport and safe transport, more fuel efficient transport and cleaner transport. Thank you very much.
Okay, so so we have both students as well as startups in our audience. So for students, listening to experts like this will give you idea about the future research that can be taken up, right? And for startups, you can always see where else your technology can be developed, and it can be like it can create a new startup for you. Right. So that is one of the take-home messages of listening to all our experts. So we'll continue our discussion. So we'll go to our next speaker, Javed Khan. Javed, okay, right. So let us hear your vision from an industry perspective, how this sustainability vision will come
Yes, thank you so much, sir, for the panel discussion. So I will just go first with the audience. How many people are having electric cars currently? Electric vehicles, maybe two-wheeler, four-wheeler. So the answer is very clear. No, two-wheeler, the two-wheeler also. So the question, the reason behind asking this question is very clear, that if we ask this question to anybody, even to a customer also, being as a startup end, so they give the answer in the two ways. They said ki first of all, the charging infrastructure, it is not in our country, it is not in our cities, and the other most important, which I think also, is that price. Because what we get in these 7-8 lakh rupees of range, that is something which we get in the 15 lakh rupees of range. If I give the example, like if I go for a Tata car or even Mahindra, the 140-150 kilometer range is almost 13 lakh rupees. And in the 13 lakh rupees, I have a lot of options in the IC car. So that is something which is currently in the market. So what we come up and what we are providing is that, what if tell you that you will get the same thing, the 150 kilometer range, the same power, the same thing in 5 lakh rupees. So this is all about what we are doing. We are making electric cars without adding new cars on road. The problem, scrappage policy, the lot of cars in the road, we are working on that. You are having currently this been approved by the Central Motor Vehicle Act. Even the Delhi government has approached this thing into the practically implemented. If you are having a diesel car, either it's Mercedes, either is any small vehicle, if it is diesel, you can't run it on road after 10 years. It is illegal. But there is a provision. If you make it electric, you will run it on road, and you will get additional life of 7 years on that after the fitness. So the solution is there, the problem is there. Only the thing is the implementation. But being as a startup, how the implementation work is the costing part, the economics part, the charging infrastructure, and a lot of things. So how we work and how we come in the sustainability mobility, if we talk about, this is something which we have to look on. 20 million cars are ready for the scrappage, and it's a 5.2 billion of market. And I'm very proudly to say that we started making it for the Indian Army. They come in the front foot, and we are making their gypsies to electric, and we have successfully done it. Now the gypsy, which was giving 9 rupees per kilometer, the range, 9 kilometer per liter, it is the same gypsy which is giving 150 kilometer per charge. 18 kilowatt of energy it is taking, and it is running for 150 kilometer. So if we calculate with the economics, if we go with the economics, it means 1500 rupees of petrol. Now it's around 180 rupees if we take it as a 10 rupees unit, and zero emission. So it is something which we are working on. And this is not the only market which we are currently looking. We have the other market from in which we, because we started from the IIT Delhi. The first project I did as from IIT Delhi, that was converting vintage car to electric. And you are surprised that it's a 510 million of market in India. And we successfully converted around 10 to 12 cars into the EV. And we are having a lot of clients from all over India. For them, the problem is the mechanics, the service, the maintenance, a lot of things. And the same way we converted the India's first Mercedes, the premium car, into electric. That is, we convert the Mercedes to electric. And we are having currently 30 crore rupees of order only from Delhi NCR. And people are calling every day. The reason is they can't run their vehicles on road, because it is on the diesel, and for the petrol 15 years, it is totally illegal. So for us, it is very clear that the sustainability mobility, if we are approaching in such a way, to reduce the vehicles on the road, why I have to go for another EV currently? Because as per the infrastructure and the tech we are having, if we are having a vehicle, we can just make it electric and we can run it on road. As we know, the minimum the travel in the city like Delhi is 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers. For even 10 kilometer of range, you can use that vehicle. So the thing is that being as into the tech or being as into the startup, it is very clear you have to make the solution, or you have to give the solution very affordable and very reliable, so that a person can use it easily. And definitely the economics are there.
Javed, if I may ask, I'm sorry to interrupt. All vehicles have a different capacity, right? So when you retrofit EVs into it, do you take that into consideration, or it will be a same
Yes,
size
sir.
fit out?
Basically, it has been categorized into the weight. For us, as per the rules we are working on, the whole vehicles are categorized into weight: 1100 weight category, 1400 weight category, 1800 weight category. In the 1100 weight category, maximum around 60% of cars, Indian cars, come under that. And what we are, as being into this, sir also know that being into this electrical part, the electrical motor having a better torque and better efficiency than the IC engines. So that is we look into, and definitely it is not something I will just take the motor, put the motor and batteries and it will run on the road. No, there is a proper certification from the ICAT and ARI. After that, you will get a green number plate and you can run on the road. And definitely the warranties are there. So this is something which we go for, and this is how mechanically and in the starting the calculations we done and make it worthy.
It's very interesting to hear. Just one last comment from my side. So do you see any problems because see, after 10 years of vehicle life, only one part is being replaced with EV. The rest of the parts remain the same. So do you see any issues with the other parts that are still there?
Sir, definitely the part is there, the issues are there, the bearing, the transmissions, these are there. But I told you what you will get in the 15 lakh rupees, I am giving you into the 4 lakh rupees. Okay. Our motto is to the minimum. I'm not saying you just take my car and go for a Jaipur trip or go for an Agra trip. Go to the Noida and Gurgaon. That is something you can roam around the city. And what we are talking about, the pollution, the sustainability, the mobility, that what we are working on. I'm not claiming that we are making something 500 kilometer of range, 400, no sir. It is 150 kilometer practical range, 200 kilometer, which you actually can implement. Like the vehicle we are having, just roaming around the city, going to airport, going to the Noida, and it is giving good mileage, the range. So that is we are working on. This is how we are, coming into that. Just go with the step by step, and then we can expand all these things.
Okay. So that tells very nicely into what Rahul is working on. So EV charging. So you actually voiced the concern of charging your electric vehicle. So let's see what Rahul has to say about sustainable development.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So Jawad asked one question, that how many of us on EV? So it was very rare. So I asked another question, how many of us order from Amazon, Zomato or something? I guess most of us. So I want to bring one more aspect on the sustainability, that is the logistic part. So we have talked about the personal vehicle, that is 4-wheeler, 2-wheeler. So there is a huge pollution contributed by the logistic that comes from the three-wheeler, that is tempo, that's like the most famous is the Tata Ace, and the lorries which comes from interstate, and so that is why we are having a restricted timings for the trucks and all that. So that is during the evening. So we EVA technology, as an EVA technology, so we started in 2017, and since then we are into electric charging infrastructure provider and battery swapping stations. So we are also the part of NHEV, and in that NHEV I want to introduce, or I want to bring one more thing. So in case of Delhi, to reduce the pollution and the transportation, what we are planning is to make charging hubs at the peripheral, and these are going to be very big hubs, and it is going to be under pilot project. So the big trucks and lorries, they will come to that charging hubs, and they will offboard their products or items over there, which we get at our home from 2-wheeler delivery boy through Amazon and other like Flipkart, Snapdeal. So from that EV, like 3 e-loaders will pick up for a particular area, like for Dwarka, they will pick from Gurgaon and they will bring it to the hub in the Dwarka. So now the trucks and all coming into the Delhi or passing, or we are already having external peripheral area. I hope that is being, that is aware, we all are aware of. So they can pass through that, and that is also being made to reduce the pollution in Delhi. So now the transportation for the logistic can be done from these kind of hubs from external, like at the majorly at the border of the Delhi, and can be bring down to the local hubs, and from there also there will be some charging points at those hubs, and two-wheeler which can give last mile delivery option. So this is one big opportunity for India, because we are actually, since lockdown, we are ordering a lot of stuff through online, like Amazon, Zomato and all that, and being into charging and e-mobility. So we are also focused on battery swapping station, because if we are having two-wheeler for like Domino's and Zomato and all, because and all that, so we need a vehicle which runs at least 10 hours or 12 hours, because the trips has to be higher, and the run is less than 10 kilometers only, or even Zomato is having a limit of 7 kilometers or 8 kilometers. They are already having made a very good systems in India. So we don't have to work on those systems. We just have to provide charging infrastructures at those restaurants, and so that even there is a waiting time also. So for example, if I book something, I book an food from one restaurant, so the valet has to go to that place, and there is at least a waiting of 5 minutes to 10 minutes. So during that time, we can deploy charged batteries in those shops or restaurant, and those are, most of those restaurants are cloud based, so they don't have sitting in those restaurants. So there also they can swap the batteries. So that's how we can work on the logistics and the food business, which is actually have proven a very major part and contributing a lot of pollution apart from the public, the private and the public part.
Before I ask you a follow-up question, let me tell you the context in which I am asking this question. Okay, so when we talk about EV charging infrastructure, basically the point is that you go to a place and charge your vehicle, right? There is a charger and we charge our vehicle. Now think about this. When we are charging our vehicle, we are actually taking power from the grid, right? So when thousands and thousands of vehicles are taking power from the grid, then the grid is actually kind of, its resources are also limited. So what generally is done is, in EV charging infra system, there are renewables that are there are batteries that are there. Okay, so it is hard to realize that actually batteries play a very important role in EV charging infrastructure design as well, because
yes,
you cannot just take power from the grid all of a sudden like 60 kilowatt or 100 kilowatt. So in that context, if I may ask you, like when you deploy your EV charging chargers that you have designed, I have seen many of them that work perfectly fine, absolutely gorgeous stuff. But now the question is that when you are deploying them, you must be taking power from the grid. Right. So have you given any thought to expansion to EV infrastructure design, or you are already doing it?
Yeah, so currently in Delhi, we are having 15 charging stations, and the land is provided by NDMC. Like that time it was NDMC, now they have all merged. So in that we have 4 different type of chargers. One is slow charger for 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler, and it's like AC001. And one is DC charger, which is majorly for the e-loaders, which charges a e-loader into 50 minutes. And the third is CCS charger, which charges basic, like very popular vehicle like Nexon EV in 50 minutes. So these kind of charging infrastructure we are providing, and through government there is a huge support because for the infrastructure, the most important part is the land. And for land, we have, like earlier it was like we have to give the rent on monthly basis, but now it is being related to the energy. So what is happening is, if I have installed or set up one charging station in NDMC area, like if we talk about this area, there is a Rajendra Dhaba nearby, and most of us like must be knowing about that. So there is a SDMC parking, so we have got that area. Now what policy has come up with, we don't have to pay a fixed rent to the government. We have to pay 1 rupee per kilowatt hour of the for the consumption. So in that way they are very much supportive, so that we don't have to worry whether of the ROI of the land, especially the land, because earlier it was like 2,000 rupees per vehicle per parking charge I had to pay to the NDMC, but now it is just 1 rupee, and only when it is being consumed.
I see a lot of synergy between what you are trying to do and what Professor Vijay's research is, like supporting the charging infrastructure through a generator that runs on biofuel. Absolutely sustainable thing. But that obviously doesn't solve the problem of vehicles on the road and things like that. For that, non-motorized transportation have to be made rather popular. So if I may point out, all the things that we are discussing, you will see that there are a lot of opportunities of research, a lot of opportunity for development of softwares, because when you are putting batteries or what should be the capacity of the charger, all these things have to be decided through a simulating software. And very important for you to know that in my lifetime, okay, I have been in this field for 15 years. Each and every software that I use comes from the West. Okay, believe me, each and every software that I use. Okay, whatever I have used comes from the West. We pride ourselves in simulator design, we call it techies and things like that. Overall, I have never seen an Indian software being very popular in the field that I am working. I'm not saying that they are not being done. I am pretty sure that most of the work is being done here in Bangalore or Hyderabad or Delhi, but the company belongs to the West, right? So this is where we have a lot of opportunity for developing softwares which will help this EV charging infrastructure design, what should be the capacity of the charger that is being put, and all these things, so that we solve our problem. See, like I always make a point when taking a class that जब आपके घर में आग लगा हो ना, तो आप IEEE पेपर नहीं पढ़ते हैं, आप जाके solve करते हैं अपने आप को, right? So that is the whole point. So with that, I will just digress and take that EV infrastructure design to the motorized vehicle. So now Saptarshi, like what will be very interesting for our audience to know is, like, how does the motor design play into the capacity of charger and the capacity of sustainable development.
Okay, very good afternoon to all of you, and thanks for providing me an opportunity to speak in this platform. So as Professor Santanu sir has pointed out, so the motor plays a very important part in the powertrain aspects. So we have talked about the charging infrastructure, the effect of charging on the grid. So if you draw a huge amount of power from the grid, so then definitely it has some negative impacts on the grid itself. Now coming to the components of the powertrain, we generally have the motor, which has replaced the traditional IC engine, and we have along with that the motor controller. Now the biggest impact the motor design will have on the EV itself is on the battery. So if you suddenly try to accelerate and the motor draws a huge amount of current, then the battery will definitely, the temperature of the battery will rise. Okay, so the battery will discharge faster. So the first impact which will happen is that you need to charge your battery very frequently. So you take a very simple example you can take in your mobile phone. So if you see a lot of YouTube videos, right? If you talk a lot over the phone, then what happens that your battery drains out very quickly. Similarly, if your motor is incapable or the motor itself is not able to start, or you have a lot of start stops, so your motor is inefficient. So there is a chance that your battery will run out fast. So it is important that what we can talk is about the mileage. So that what we can talk about in that aspect of motor design. So another important aspect is that how do you design the motor, and today since we are talking about the sustainable development and sustainable urban mobility, one important aspect in that the type of motor which we use. So if you talk about the different policies which the Indian government presently has, the Make in India policy is the one which is more popular. So in that respect, if we consider that where we stand in terms of motor design and the motor controller, as Shantanu sir has also pointed out about the software, and Professor V.K. Vijay has also pointed out about the import of oil. Definitely the motor and the motor controller, they are maximum imported from one particular country. So in Indian context, Niti Aayog and other planning commissions, they have planned to make a sustainable development of the motor technology. Most importantly, the development of in-house development of motors, the motor controllers. So in academics, we have the know-how. We can transfer this know-how to the industry, and we invite the industry to take up our designs, take up our algorithms, transfer from the software, transfer from the equations to the practical knowledge which they have. Handshaking of the industry and the academics will help us to make the sustainable development. Thank you.
We have a few minutes left. Let's have some questions from the audience before I go to the concluding remarks. Yeah. You have mic? We have 3 minutes. It's okay.
Hello sir, good afternoon. Sir, myself Father Srivastav. I am from ARSD College, Delhi University. Sir, I have a question for all of you. Sir, why we are not moving towards the solar energy? It is free for, and it is also from nature. And sir, like in country China and other European countries, it is mostly dependent on the solar energy. Sir, it is a question. And it is also good for upcoming generation, future generation.
If you allow, can I respond, or just respond and then give it to you? So we do use solar energy especially for battery charging. Otherwise, it will not be sustainable, right? If battery charging is happening through a grid, then obviously the grid power is coming from some coal power plant and things like that. So obviously the solar energy has to have a lot to play in this process of battery charging. I'll just you can just add to this.
देखिए कि पूरी दुनिया में हम लोगों पे सूर्य की पूरी कृपा है. आप देखिए कि राजस्थान में, दिल्ली में साल भर में अब 7-8 महीने हमारे पास सनशाइन रहती है, बहुत अच्छी. यूरोप में जाएंगे तो बिल्कुल ठंडा रहता है. अपने यहाँ दिन 12 घंटे का दिन, 12 घंटे का रात होता है. यूरोप में जाओगे तो पता चलेगा कि शाम को 4 बजे तो रात हो गई है, और कभी कभी रात के 10 बजे तक भी सन उग रहा है, सूर्य उग रहा है. तो सोलर एनर्जी पे पिछले 5 साल में इंडिया ने जितना काम किया है उतना किसी ने नहीं किया. 175 गीगावाट ये हमारा टारगेट था 2030 तक. हमने अभी तक लगभग उस पे आने वाले हैं. मतलब हमारी जितने भी एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट है उसमें से अगले 10 साल में हम लोग 50% सोलर एनर्जी से लेने वाले हैं. तो ये, और आप देखिए कि मैं रिन्यूएबल पे काम करता हूँ. 10 साल पहले सोलर एनर्जी की कॉस्ट थी लगभग 17-18 रुपए पर किलोवाट, एक यूनिट का 17-18 रुपए प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट होती थी. आज 2 रुपए 30 पैसे आ गए, दुनिया में सबसे कम. तो ये तो हमारे पास उपलब्ध भी है और हम उसको यूज कर रहे हैं.
Thank you, sir. And just to let you know that we have two stations, charging stations, with a capacity of one with 100 vehicle parking and one is with 50 vehicle parking, and both are solar based. And I'm not saying that we are storing that energy, we are just selling that energy back to the government through net metering, and our charging or the electricity cost has reduced to 50%. So we are using solar in charging infrastructure as well.
Just I would like to add that in the EV sector we have the another opportunity to, EV not only for the running the cars or maybe mobility purpose, you can use it for the energy purpose also, because it has the capacity to store the energy, and then from that storage you can just aggregate or transfer to the grid. So that's the another vision I am looking into the aspect of the EVs. So that could be the good vision, and that's what I want to add, that the solar energy is part of that.
Okay, so you charge with solar energy and then give it back to the grid, right? Something like that. Okay. We have time for a couple of questions more. So
I have a question related to swapping policy. So the performance of brand new battery would be much better than the 2-3 year old battery, right? So if I have a new car and I go to swapping station, I swap it with maybe 2-3 year old battery. So what is the perspective of the person who is swapping the battery? I just want to know about that.
So for the swapping, we have to understand one concept, that battery is not yours. As we have a petrol vehicle, petrol is not yours. You are just buying that petrol and using it as an energy. So in that case, you are just owning that vehicle. So you don't have to worry about the battery because it's a third party owned. You are just using it as an energy. So whether it is 2-year-old, 3-year-old, you don't even have to worry about the battery warranty, because you are just going to use it for your next trip. Next trip means till it get the empty. Okay. Yeah, so you don't have to worry on that.
In the terms of the car you said, these batteries which we use, it is having a weight of 250 kg and it is placed inside the petrol tank. For that, the particular car I'm saying, it is not possible to swap, because 250 kg you have to place it, and some mishappening happened, the fire and short circuit, we will be in the jail. So that is something in the four-wheeler.
Yeah, I agree.
So swapping has its own limitation. That is what Javed you are mentioning, right? Swapping has its own limitation.
300 kg of battery.
So I have seen research where I'm just sharing my thoughts with you. So where they divide the battery up into many parts and then they swap probably one part of it. Because there are a lot of
so that we also use that thing like we did it, but that is something the smart BMS, you have to make the master slave BMS thing. But sir, our motive is to make the tech simple, not to complicate. If you make it complicate, that will be in the right now the AS48 was there for the battery testing, now it is 50. So you have to go through the passing, because after that you can be legal on the road.
Okay.
So that is the thing which you have to work on.
Professor Dikam wants to add something?
No, I was just saying that I know Delhi government is already doing it for 3-wheelers. In Dwarka, they have put these stations where 3-wheelers come and they just swap their batteries and go.
Is there any other last question? We'll have time for one more. Almost. One more.
Sir, myself Strans from RSD College, University of Delhi. So my question is that, sir, you are trying to, electrical vehicle you are telling. Sir, it is for only a 2 or 3 vehicle, 2-wheelers or 3-wheelers, it is not for loaded vehicles like if we sit in a car, it is for 4 or 6 peoples. And if we see large vehicles like loaded vehicles or trucks and other pickup vans, these need a high energy, high engines where they can carry a load. that electric and then their engines can be replaced by your electric engines or not?
So what you said is that already we are making a 30-ton electric crane. So that is being developed by the OEM. This is the same we are working on, and the good part is that we are not using the lithium-ion batteries there. So there are many questions, why not lithium? Because in the crane you have to put a counterweight of 5 ton. So we use the lead. You get my point? To just make it simple, where we have to put a lot of the iron dust and all, make the 5 ton. We use the lead acid batteries to counter the weight. So we are working on that advancement. We're going to launch in after 2 months.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Okay.
Just one, I would like to add to that.
Okay. Just a minute, yeah, please.
So, just to answer your question, you are talking about means just two-wheelers, three-wheelers and four-wheelers. So, one of the biggest sector where the electrification is happened is the railways part, right? So, railways part, if you see, earlier it was diesel locomotives. Now we have hardly any diesel locomotives right now, right? So whenever the diesel locomotives are there, now we are thinking about battery driven locomotives, because the lithium-ion battery can help. And as Jawad has pointed out about the issues with counterweight, there may not be any issues with the counterweight in case of locomotives. So, and there are in the European countries, there are electric ships, okay? So electric ship propulsion is coming, more electric aircrafts are coming into picture. So these are the sectors other than two-wheelers and three-wheelers and four-wheelers where electrification in transport has happened and will be happening in soon.
Yeah, I will add, we are going to build the electric highways where the loaded truck will act like take the electricity from the overhead wires. So something huge container means where the load are the issues. That will be not the issue. So in the electric highways there will be wire and then there will be electric motor, and that will it will carry out the big heavily loaded containers even for the 32 two-tire truck you can see. So like that type of things is also coming in India. So hopefully we will see that lot of changes on the Indian highway.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heman Singh Jeena. I am from IIT College, University of Delhi. My question is for Javed sir. As you said that nowadays EVs are only for the short route or short range. So my question is that is it not possible to make EVs for a long range, or what are the problems or challenges can we face for making EVs for long routes? Thank you.
Basically, it is not something there are a lot of cars. If you go with the BYD, currently they have launched a vehicle with a 500-kilometer range. So there are a lot of vehicles, the new vehicles which are in the market with the good range, good mileage and everything are there. But when we talk in the economics, they are 30 lakhs, 28 lakhs. For me, I can't afford that. But for being into the retrofitment, we can offer that range, but that doesn't make a sense for me as well. The car is not able to hold that much of weight, because we have been guided to instructed not to go 25% more weight than the actual weight. So that is something which we have to work on. But yes, the actual practical range which we can go for, yeah, in that term we can work on the batteries, the battery tech, and where we can have used the small batteries in the size, in the weight particular, and have a good capacity. So that is something which we can work on.
Add to your point, actually the philosophy that is evolving from all these EVs, as I see from the last 2-3 years, is that see, initially the idea was to put a lot of batteries so that they can go a long way, right? So but the problem is this weight of the battery, and also lithium ion is actually not a safe battery. It carries fire and all these problems are there. We make a joke in our system, we are sitting on a time bomb basically, right? So anyway, so what I am trying to say is that, so with time what is evolving, it has not evolved yet, what is evolving is use a smaller battery with 200 kilometer kind of range, but have a lot of chargers.
Yes.
Okay, so that is one philosophy that works very well, because then you don't have to, the cost will be low for the vehicle, and then go for 200 kilometers, take a break and things like that. So that is also another
So in this part, we are working on the graphene batteries. We have successfully made it for for the bus, but currently the weight range is around 180 kg.
80.
Like what we are getting in the 15 kilowatt, the 80 kg is reduced. So that is something that tech, when it get advanced, when it get more mature, so that can be, because EV is the something in which every month the tech is changing. We're talking about the lithium, next time it is a sodium.
Yeah, depending on the country, the solution has to change, right? And we don't have any lithium, so we have to import.
So we have graphene.
From,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
from China.
We have to have some alternatives which are local, indigenized. So we have to have some alternatives for lithium here.
Definitely, sir.
Let me just conclude the discussion here. Any last thought from our panel members before I conclude? Okay. All right. So I must thank all our members for being. For me, it was a learning experience. I work mostly on EV chargers, so listening to various breadth of research that is going on and breadth of development that is going on in the startup business from young professionals like Rahul and Javed. It was very, very nice to see, and I must thank you all for being a part of this effort.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for the very insightful and informative session. You may now take the seat. We will now break for lunch. So we will resume at 2:45. The lunch is being served at the Red Square. So you can go and have lunch, and next session will be on urban planning and sustainable habitat. So kindly join us at 2:45.
we raise questions in your mind and you think what to do with that, and possibly that's about your academics, research and everything. So it'll be a good idea to actually connect with them. Not that I don't want you to sleep in the afternoon after a good lunch. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
is Professor Virendra Kumar Paul. I'll be here for a short while, and then I'll hand over the session activity to the session chair. We will start the session now. I'll again request the students to come forward and be active, to engage with the speakers and create some kind of a dialogue. Okay, thank you very much. So Namaskar. The second session in the afternoon, in the technical session, is focused on urban planning and sustainable habitat. So we are building from the morning, from the theme of Agni, wherein we are looking at energy in the context of urban setting, and we looked at some of the technology issues related to mobility. Mobility being one of the very important issues in urban sprawls that we are seeing. So in the second session, we are looking at urban planning and how habitat and the two work together to look at energy in a perspective of Agni Tattva, as it has been visualized in the thinking of Panchabhut, as was detailed out in the morning section by Bhadoria ji and Sahai Saab as a theme of the entire campaign. So we will begin this session. I'll invite the dignitaries to the stage. I invite Manu Srivastav ji. He's Principal Secretary in the Madhya Pradesh government. Sir, I welcome you to the stage, sir. I'll invite other dignitaries, Professor Ramesh Konda, Director, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, on the stage. I invite Tanmay Tathagaji on the stage. He is Director, EDS, Energy Design Consulting. And I'll invite Professor Bhattacharya on the stage, Professor Emeritus in Department of Civil Engineering, working in the area of building science. Sir. With these opening words, I will now hand over to Mr. Manu Srivastav ji for conducting the session. Over to you, sir. Floor is yours. Thank you.
You can hear me, I suppose? Okay, first of all, I must tell you that a portion of my life started here in this hall. So when I finished my class 12th, so I left my town, for the counseling was here, and yes, so many of you might, the senior people would know, Professor S.C. Dattaraya was the vice counselor. So I had left home thinking I would take computer science, but he convinced me that I should take electrical. That's how I did electrical from Delhi IIT. Then I did MTech, and then I joined the service in IS. And fortunately, a large portion of my working, IS is typically a generalist service where you end up doing anything. But large portion of what I have done has been in the energy sector. I have worked in natural gas, electricity, and renewable energy. So today what I would be speaking about would be about renewable energy. But if any one of you wants to be in touch with me during the session or otherwise about life in IIT or otherwise, so I would be more than happy to do that as well. About life in IIT, as many of, all of you, the students are from IIT, so I must characterize myself there as well. So I was in Nilgiri. I was the house secretary of the hostel. I was active in a lot of, I did a lot of things in the convocation hall. I was active in theater and so on and so forth. So that is about life in IIT, but I suppose today we'll be talking about renewable energy. So I suppose the structure that we would have today is that we have 4 panelists. So each one of us would be making a presentation. So as I could see that, I mean, as I told you that I am from electrical engineering, I've largely stuck to that branch. So I have done most of the work in energy. I would speak on energy. Other gentlemen would be speaking largely, I suppose, on design and architecture and how all of that shapes into sustainable living, because that is something that has been a focus of a lot of development that has been happening. And it also shows a lot of convergence between technology and philosophy, because finally we are all living beings, and there is a huge, beautiful convergence of technology and philosophy. What I do, I realize that, I mean, I worked largely in solar energy. I feel that it ticks both the boxes fairly well. It does so in the realm of philosophy. You are drawing something from the nature, and you are not disturbing the equilibrium of nature. At the same time, you use that energy for everything. I mean, I would share that with you. Delhi Metro in Delhi, during daytime, it runs 65% of its power comes from a solar project from Madhya Pradesh that I had set up. I would talk about that. But that is a real example of something that is not disturbing the equilibrium of nature, working for the advancement of society. When we talk of equilibrium between nature and technology, let us not think that we are talking of some impractical thing that everyone is going to live in a cave and all that. That is not the idea at all. The idea is that you would continue to have a modern, forward-looking way. At the same time, how we can make it sustainable. That is the idea, and that is why we are holding this session in an IIT, not in an ashram. So there is a beautiful convergence of technology and philosophy, and this is perhaps what most of the panelists would talk about. So I would leave it to you, whomsoever would like to start. Perhaps I would have be in the middle, because the three people from civil and architecture, so I suppose I would be somewhere in the middle. And then later we have questions from any one of you, and after the four panelists have finished.
Thank you, sir. I am Ramesh Srikonda, Director, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. I too studied in IIT Delhi, and I got the doctorate from the Center for Energy Studies. Thank you very much. Seeing you all here, and I am presenting and sharing my knowledge, whatever I have worked on the regional planning as well as the urban planning and the sustainable architecture, all three areas where we can able to provide and give an insight of the energy efficient systems. Those items we are going to just look into it. Thank you. My topic is sustainable built environment. So, can you slightly enlarge this? Okay, the entire my topic is divided into the eight parts. One is overview, why sustainable built environment? And before I start my topic, I wanted to thank Vigyan Bharati, given an opportunity to me to present and then share my knowledge about the sustainable built forms. And second one is approaches, how it does really making the sense in terms of the macro, meso and micro level interventions, tools and advances data about specifically we are going to look at it, energy efficient external environment, a few case studies also we may be looking into it, regional level and city level and building level interventions, models for what outdoor thermal comfort, energy efficient considerations, that is thermal energy, illumination energy, and as well as embodied energy. All three energies generally we will be looking into the building, in building science. The sustainable built energy, that built environment, generally it is planned and designed for longevity, flexibility, adaptability, assemble, and disassemble also, like reuse and reconvertibility and integration of the planning and architecture and engineering interventions. To mitigate related concepts, that intervention specifically look into that one, the mitigation concepts related to future climate risks. It uses low carbon, low impact, non-toxic materials, and it recovers used resources also. Sustainable built environment is multiple dimensions, where what we have seen it on screen, environmental, society, and as well as economy. This can be viewed life cycle and as well as across dozens of the subject areas, from the material manufacturing to building design and engineering to indoor environmental quality to community cohesion and as well as the urban planning. When you look at it, why sustainable built environment at all? Our world today has limited resources, excessive use of materials, not only wasteful of natural products, but also cost and money. Thus, there is a need for promoting sustainable development of our planet. As you see here, that there are three important factors such as environment, society, and economy collectively lead to human well-being. The environmental sustainability covers ecosystem, integrity, carrying capacity, and biodiversity. The economic sustainability consists of growth, development, and productivity, whereas the social sustainability, what we see is integration of a cultural identity, empowerment, accessibility, stability, and equity. All items we can able to see there. Then the primary energy demand in India has grown from almost like 550 million tons of oil equivalency to, in 2000, about 770 million tons of oil equivalency in 2012. This is expected to increase about 1,250 to 1,500. Energy efficiency, that reports and all says about the same thing by 2030. This increases in driven by the number of factors. The most important were increasing in incomes and economic growth, which led to greater demand for the energy services. The growth is only reflective of the current very low level of energy supply in India. The average annual energy supply in India in 2011 statistics says only 0.0 TOE per capita, whereas the global average says about 1.88. It may also noted that no country in the world has been able to achieve the Human Development Index of 0.9. Without an annual energy supply, at that one, if you look at it, it has to be supposed to be 4 TOEs per capita. Consequently, there is a large latent demand for the energy services that need to be fulfilled in order for people to have reasonable income and a decent quality of life to support the sustainable development. In 2015, United Nations Assembly adopted that everybody knows it, that is the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals, and its Sustainable Development Goals, which includes the dedicated and standalone goals on energy, especially SDG 7, that way it calling to ensure access to affordable and reliable and sustainable and modern energy for all. Energy lies at the heart of the both in 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and also Paris Agreement on Climate Change. Ensuring access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable and modern energy for all will open a new world of opportunities for billions of people. That's what we can able to see here. It is also ensuring the universal energy access to doubling the progress of energy efficiency and sustainability so as to increase the share of renewable energy. So this is the one what we can able to see, like where the coal is still has got lot of demand and it is taking a mark. And other than that, next comes to electricity. These are the two important items where how these things are getting increased year by year in up to 2019, we can have a glance on it. Same way that particularly, you can able to see that building energy really consumes almost like 23% of the total energy that building industry consumes it. So it has got lot of importance. We have to give at most priority in what way for every sector, as well as architects, engineers, and planners has to look into it in what way we can able to address this kind of a problem. So Approaches to the sustainable built environment, if you see that, land use and settlement and plot level layouts, design of standard housing units, and choice of building materials, and planning of green areas and shaded public spaces can also influence and strengthen the resilience to extreme heat in urban areas. Much more prominent than individual households can do this themselves, especially if it is really looking at it in a micro and macro levels. Urban form and function in the cities are defined by the urban variables such as building density, sky view factor, aspect ratio, building geometry, percentage of the pervious surfaces, vegetation cover, etc. As the above variables, whatever we are talking about it, these things really influences the microclimate, that which really gives a overall influence on that particular area where we wanted to work out in a particularly building industry. Then you can see this, the urban microclimate, whereas this is the one what predominantly affected by the highly heterogeneous nature of urban environment, especially the physical structure of the urban form, such as height and shape of the buildings, the presence of the vegetation, and the orientation of the streets and street networking, everything we can see. The distinction of atmospheric layers have been guiding principles for fundamental in urban climate research. To fully understanding the issues in a particular scale and the more or less, it is very important to investigate the causality of urban climate modifications at a layers of atmosphere such as UCL and UBL. Urban canopy layer that stands upwards up to approximately 10 times of the height of the building, up to where it influences the urban surfaces. Then UBL, that is the urban boundary layer, 10 to 100 kilometers of the city, even the districts and regions also it influences. So what we are keep talking about the Delhi, and then kind of even though the kind of a pollution levels what we are seeing, even collectively we are contributing, so the pollution level still we are facing it is one of the most pollutant cities. That's what it has been addressed everywhere. That is how you have to see that one. These are the particularly the layers of the meso layer, micro layer, and macro layers, all the things which gives us proper understanding, and it can be scaled. So you can see the macro or city scale consists of the urban units, built features, green and water features followed with the urban phenomena, climate, and horizontal length scales and climate scales. The same can be seen from the micro and local and as well as the mesoclimate scales with reference to the horizontal length scales from 10 into 10 meters to 100 into 100 kilometers. The urban units can be evaluated from the facet, elements, canoi and the blocks, neighborhood, city, and urban region, converging various built features. If you look at it in a horizontal way, like the way it has been shown, roof and walls to roads, to various levels of interventions, we can able to bring it, and these items we have to address it very critically. Then urban planning and development comprises the urban infrastructure, greening, and to reduce the anthropogenic heat. Greening strategies for the soft and hard surfaces, wherein infrastructure of high albedo pavements and cooling areas accessibility, and also improves the natural water cycle in urban environment for low impact development, which normally we are focusing everywhere in what way we can able to bring the low impact development, so that urban morphology to strengthen the urban vegetation. It also reduces the anthropogenic heat strategies to adapt to control urban sprawl and active transport or public transport, reduce number of vehicles, and reduces the trip lengths by encouraging the mixed land uses. So one example we will take it, that is a regional planning exam. That's what I'm telling you. Whenever we wanted to look at any kind of a problem, we have to think about the region to city, to the neighborhood, and to the building. It is a top-down approach. Also, it is required, even including, we can able to look at it to the micro level to macro level approach. A regional planning allows for the integration of, that's what we say, generally it is bottom-up and top-down planning tools through a series of implementable plans created in a participatory manner Unless participation is not there, the participation should be for every length, like the participatory planning systems are why it is required is, we have to make the awareness about the things what we are talking about, it, energy efficiency, built up areas, in what way can able to address and bring it to a kind of a results what we are expecting. So in Ludhiana city, leading to a crux of the development in the region, is located at a distance almost like 100 kilometers toward the northwest of the Chandigarh, and almost coming closer to 310 kilometers from our Delhi. These districts expanding, this mostly whatever we see, these are the things in the regional planning level, all of them are mostly expanding industrial base. Commercial hubs and small scale industries demand is mainly as a result of its strong economic base. Therefore, emphasizing the economic and opportunities, particularly enhancing the quality of living, that emphasizes the achievement continuously, the developments what we are aiming at, to create a balance between available resources and the resource utilization with judicious resource optimization is the key for the development of the study regions. So the aim is to achieve integrating the spatial development by networking, especially sub-regions and other regions has been seen it, and with an objective of to assess the existing socio-economic and environmental infrastructure conditions, and also to explore the potentialities of the transport and the flight corridor network to enhance the regional connectivity. That is the connectivity which reduces the regional disparities. So that is the particular one area we wanted to emphasize it, and also to identify the region-specific environmental issues and devise optimal measures and achieving the sustainable regional growth and development through sustainable development goals to enhance the quality of life. So you can see that kind of linkages what has been worked out based on the findings of the academic study of what we have conducted, subsistence-wise regional planning guidelines, strategies and best practices also we have taken into the consideration or to promote the sustainable development. And further, it is recommended to employ system dynamic applications to evolve integrated sustainable regional development model for up to the year of 2042. So finally, the land use zones classified with a lot of green cover, and also it has been worked out whatever we have seen, the corridors of developmental corridors, the transit-oriented corridors connecting each and every small and bigger towns and the cities, everything as a magnet it functions, and it reduces even the triplets and other things depending upon the infrastructure being provided to reduce the disparities among the settlements, whatever we have seen. 21% of the Ludhiana shall be occupied, whatever we have seen is the urbanizable zone. Mobility corridors and transit-oriented development proposals have been integrated. So another example, whatever we have seen, that is a new capital city is coming just next to Vijayawada. That is almost like 217 square kilometers. Vijayawada is having 264 square kilometers. Either side of the Krishna river, you can able to see these two things. But this one was developed by Sharbana and Singapore group, and there they have given almost like 28% of the greenery. And then where what you see the greenery percentage there at Vijayawada city is only, something comes to closer to 6%. Both the things we have analyzed through NDBI, NDBI, and also like what exactly the land cover and the LUCU, whatever we are having seen it. Finally, what we could able to see, these are the iterations, what the positive zones, there are different types of zones they were developed. Zones depending upon the mixed land use, pure land use, and land use which really takes even specifically of particular commercial land uses. Then what we have observed, here is LST, that is surface temperature, land surface temperature at Amravati, and then where the land surface temperature of the Vijayawada been analyzed, there we can able to see it is a reduction has been worked out just only on the basis of the proposals of the greenery. The approaches of local to neighborhood level, if you see, urban design, that's one important area at a neighborhood scale, has profound effect on the urban microclimate. So urban morphology also we have to see in such a way that where we can create a solar access and wind speed and as well as direction affecting the building and building energy performance. Further, the high presence of the anthropogenic heat sources and the security of the green areas increases the urban heat island. So the approaches to the local and neighborhood level, what generally we have seen is local climate zone framework developed, adapted and standardized urban variables in analyzing the urban microclimate at local scale, specifically at a neighborhood level. And it is also defined the regions of the uniform surface cover, structure, material, human activity that spans the hundreds of meters to several kilometers in a horizontal scale. This framework has been widely used in analyzing the urban heat island and specifically outdoor thermal comfort. And also it also generates the heat stress indices, urban energy influxes, building energy consumption, health risk, air pollution, carbon emissions, etc. at a city level. The framework of the local climatic zone specifically defines the urban canopy, that is the one which we are talking about it, which is generally depending upon the built form and to the residential district, it may go up to 10 meters to 10 kilometers. That's how that kind of an impact it will be having in the atmosphere. This is the one which it talks about the canopy parameters such as building heights and building width, street width, all items are together it functions it. That is the one which we have to address it by taking the micro level considerations. Then this is one model you can see, urban surface energy balance equation, which talks about Q dot plus QF. That is the one which talks about the represents the net heat shortage with a specific reference to long wave radiation. QF is the anthropogenic heat flux that is usually generated by the buildings and the human activities. Even that balance equation, if you look at it, the summation of all these things of QH, that is the convective heat, and then QE is the latent heat flux resulting from the evaporation, and the delta QS is the net storage heat flux and heat storage of the materials. And these are the items in what way the heat takes into it and absorbs it and then again makes the heat island effect. Those things it can be analyzed and we have seen it with the different models. And finally, what way we can able to get it integrated with the urban morphology and socio-physical living. One case study has been taken it, that is at Mumbai. And then there you can able to see a small unit level to the macro level, that is the building level, and to the urban morphological level. The mental health, the physical activities, indoor quality, and respiratory health and thermal comfort, how it has been getting integrated unless you are not addressing it comprehensively in a holistic way, the sustainable development you cannot see the fruits of it. So the kind of a networking whatever we have seen from the micro to small building unit level and to the building level and then to the neighborhood level, all items we have to look at in a holistic way. All materials and all kind of a concepts and thoughts we have to integrate it effectively to get the savings of three specific areas. That is thermal energy savings, illumination energy savings, and even including embodied energy savings. One case study we can able to see three types of categories we have taken. What exactly the base study? One urban slum we have taken it in Mumbai, analyzed it and made the design interventions, orientation change and introduction and not reducing any kind of the floor area of the entire thing, not even increasing the floor height, number of floors. And then we have processed through the thermal models and we understood about kind of a parameters that wind speed and air temperature and humidity as well as mean radiant temperature, which is very much important. The third iterations, whatever we have prepared it has come out much better results as compared to the base and the second one, the modified one, whatever we have done it. So in generally, whenever a sketch we wanted to show, and if you really go for the design aspects of any building, you have to have social cohesiveness and a thought process, certain balconies, and all items also sometimes depending upon the orientation analysis what you make it. It works and shades the building and creates a cool environment, cool air in the hot and humid and hot and dry regions. whatever we want. There is a variability, flexible indoor arrangements, such as what you can see as per the user activity, and adjustable partitions also you can have it. And then you can see the attached verandas can also play a, depending upon the sun path diagram, whatever we make it, then in what places you can have the projections, you can shade it, and even you can able to create sunlit verandas and attached verandas. Depending upon the climatic variations, you can able to address it. Besides, there you can see horizontal linkage between the connecting bridges and the movement, activity spaces, and also it encourages the social activities. When you wanted to make a sustainable development, you have to think about the socially, like how the particular building behaves, and then how it serves to the particular users, whatever, to whomever we address. That is another important part what we see. So overall, if you see the building energy studies, then whatever we wanted to see, the protection from the solar radiations, minimizing the heat insulations and other things, and broadly it covers about the kind of a thought process, a micro level unit of a building to be addressed. This is what the entire diagram talks about it. So the comforts like outdoor comfort, indoor environment, and work environment, all three has very important roles to create a well-being, ideal well-being. Unless you are not really understanding about all three items very critically and not analyzing it through scientific tools, you may not be in a position to create a kind of a ideal well-being and ideal environment what we are expecting. And there are n number of softwares we are having, even thermal related softwares, daylighting related softwares, and all softwares, even outdoor thermal comfort, indoor thermal comforts, depending upon the materials, volume, window, and all different parameters, even including the kind of materials, whatever we use, then that is the conductivity values, and then thermal transmittance, thermal lag, time lag, and radiation and orientation. All items are very much important. These items, once you know it very well, you wanted to quantify it. For quantify it, there are so many softwares are available, all time tested and validated softwares. These softwares can be used to analyze the building very effectively. So there is one example just I wanted to tell. The built environment generates generally 40% of the annual global CO2 emission. Waste, there are two items. On one software, this is the first condition, whatever we are having it, and second condition where we have made some kind of a changes. The pavement we have changed, introduction of the vegetation, and then there's the mounds, introduction of the shrubs and other things, and then we have assessed it in what way it can able to reduce the carbon footprint. Then it's almost you can able to see that maximum extent, like 40% of the carbon footprint it can able to reduce it because of the softwares. The softwares what I have elaborated, what I have shown to you. So another example we have taken it, there are proposed scenario, and then there is a without landscaping and without any vegetation introduction between two blocks, and next one is only with the shrubs, third one is only with the trees and shrubs. All four scenarios have been tested with the Envimet software. Then we understood that you can able to see that the maximum amount of the cool effect, like once your outdoor environment is reducing the temperature, and automatically the heat flow from outside to inside it get reduced, and indoor air temperature swings also will be get reduced. That is how we can able to see it. Whenever you wanted to do both the things, you have to see outdoor environment as well as the indoor environment, and the materials what we suggest for the building, and the orientation whatever we give it to the building. Other than that, there are so many other options also, solar passive options we are having. So then it comes to the different type of the softwares, Raman, Anskal, and Envimet, and then another 4 softwares. Each software for what purpose we'll be using it, and then like how we have to assess. The purpose for this, if you look at it, the first one is Raman, it can be used to calculate the radiation flux pattern, density, duration of the sunshine, shadow, and thermo-rational psychological indices. And next one, if you look at it, this one is only the calculations, radiation flux and released properties. Same way, The simulation, the microclimate of the urban environment only specific to the open spaces. Like that, if you start seeing it, what we made it, several, like, one is input parameters. Type of input parameters, what we supposed to give it to all these four outdoor thermal comfort related softwares. And then output parameters, what it is supposed to be, that is a calculation of the thermal bioelectromagnetic indices on PT and UTCI and PET values. And then availability, what exactly available there in that one, semi-open or outdoor, are all sources, good usability, performance, accuracy in calculating the values of the that particularly radiant heat temperature. And X factor, low computational efforts. Out of all those things, what we have seen is, for the outdoor environment, with all the softwares, whatever we are having is, this NVMET software is doing much better and giving, even when you wanted to validate the things also, it can be done very easily. And it is coming almost as the results what we receive, what we get it from it, and the same thing, same way you can able to validate it. And then coming back to the things, overall items, generally for a building, what we look at it, at a micro level, that is the orientation of the sun path. For varying climatic regions, whatever you take it, all 5 climatic regions you are having, all items, orientation plays a very important role, the way the heat it takes in terms of the surfaces getting exposed to the solar radiation. Second one is, generally you can see that shading analysis for the different built forms, thermal mass construction, and the detailing, in what way thermal mass you will be in a position to detail it with reference to the thermal heat storage capacity of the different materials. Then wind towers, generally we introduce wind towers. These are the n number of items we are having to make the building more sustainable, more energy efficient. Specifically, if you look at it, air tunnel, maybe below the almost like 4.2 meters, the air tunnel temperature is almost equivalent to the total average temperature of that particular region. For instance, in Delhi, it comes to 29 degrees Celsius. If you can able to draw the air from the air tunnel, and then you work out the volume and the diameter of the pipe which it is going to serve you continuously to give the same kind of air of the 29 degrees Celsius. In the winter, where you require some extent of heating, still it gives the 29 degrees Celsius, you can get the respect. In a summer, where it goes to 41 or 45 degrees Celsius, still you will get the 29 degrees of Celsius temperature of the air what you draw from the air tunnel. Because the mechanism what you work out, that it has to be integrated in the architectural design, so you will be in a position to really get the proper results. Cavity walls, that you know it very well, cavity walls generates the U value, thermal transmittance value, and also through cavity walls you can work out the thermal time lag, how much time, transient time it takes the heat to transfer from higher end to lower end. Higher side, outside the higher temperature is there, inside temperature automatically less, means heat transfers from the outside to inside. In how much time it takes, the time lag part also we can able to work out. Solar chimneys, envelope shading, daylighting and window sizing, atriums, that you know it very well, cutouts and what we make, and corridors protruding to the open space, protruding to the cutout in covered space what we have got. That really works out through thermal buoyancy, which we can able to see. Then displaced ventilation, passive ventilation, solar kitchens, solar dryers, solar parks, accessories, rock bed heating system, where system of rock bed heating system you require, wherever the temperature is very low, you can able to make use of it with a flat plate heating system or direct solar radiation you can take it, then you can get it heated, that kind of rock bed. You can stack the air and you can drive the air through the density variations to the places wherever you want to give that kind of a warm conditions. So what we are seeing, active solar and then attached greenhouse. It is almost like a kind of a space, attached greenhouse can be worked out for both the conditions, to cool the buildings and also to heat the buildings also you can able to make it. Particularly to heat the buildings, solarium is the one which you can able to stack the air in a attached greenhouse kind of a thing, drive the heat air to go through the thermal buoyancy and the density variations, you can able to make the building to the level of comfort conditions depending upon the climatic zone. So these are the so many things, even flat plate, like another part I wanted to say, water walls also we have got vegetation walls. That is what nowadays everybody talks about, the vegetation, where we can able to grow, bring a vegetation wall which works out like that way. Even that also can be analyzed specifically through the leaf area temperature, and depending upon the kind of a radiation it takes into it, and then delta T what it gives, almost like when depending upon the density of the leaf what you are going to make, and the leaf area index point of view also, if you can able to make it, there are softwares which can able to give us what exactly the indoor air temperature swings, so that we can able to bring in a natural way conditioning system can be worked out. There are so many ways, even heat island effect, I am telling you that how extent we have to have the greenery in that particular residential plot, or it may be a neighborhood, or even in a mega scale, like micro to macro. When you are working out, you can able to think out in what way you can bring better conditions, not pressurizing the other fossil fuels, and we can able to bring in better conditions by using the natural conditions and by using the nature. Especially solar passive architecture makes sense, and it gives a lot of value addition to the architectural design. And then building industry. So overall, just before I conclude, urban planning and processing, which we have to see from the all different scales, starting from that is a bottom up and to the top down approach. Both the approaches are very much essential to address. From the micro to unit to the building level, and building level to the neighborhood level, and neighborhood level even to go to the residential district, what we generally say it, and to the city level. All levels, we can able to address it with a certain knowledge of the solar passive architecture devices, energy efficiency, specifically in 3 areas what generally we address. That is one particular item is thermal energy savings we can able to make, illumination energy savings we can able to make, embodied energy savings also we can make. These are the 3 important items generally it is there in the built environment. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank him. It was a lot of learning definitely for me, because for those of you who might have done these courses, it might be something that you already know, but this was almost like Latin and Greek for me. So I learned a lot. Thank you so much. I'm going to speak about something that is, so he talked about how to make buildings. As I said, it's 2 parts of the, one is to live in a sustainable manner. So I would talk about the other end of the spectrum, that whatever are our energy needs, how to produce them in a more sustainable manner. But as I said, I would reiterate what I said in the beginning, that we need a mix of both. We need to live sustainably, and at the same time, for that sustainable living, how we produce our energy should be produced in a sustainable manner. So I have, my work has largely been focused on the second. So this really summarizes what I have to say. I have developed projects which don't need any investment. Well, frankly speaking, I mean, there can never be something which doesn't need investment. What I only mean to say is that the consumer does not have to make an investment. There is a private entity that makes an investment. If the private entity gives you power at rates that are lower than the rates which DISCOM is giving you, or coal-based power, then in that case you are making savings from day one. I've largely worked in the solar sector, so we really talk of 25-year projects. So it means that without any investment being made by a consumer, you are making savings for the next 25 years, and you are moving towards net zero. You might not move towards, you might not be at net zero, but you are moving towards net zero. What I talk about would largely be focused on projects that I have set up myself. Okay. कैसे आपने? Okay. Is it? Okay. This one? Okay. I would talk of two projects largely. So the first project, it's a big project. It's a big, it's a 750 megawatt project, 1500 hectare, 15 square kilometer of area. So before this project was set up, in India, solar energy met those two criteria. It was good for the environment and it was good for energy security. Energy security meaning, a lot of people say that panels come from China, but the point is that once they come from China, they are in India, and China can't switch off those panels. It's not like oil supply that you can switch off the oil supply and make life difficult for the country. So solar energy is fitted both these criteria, but it was not economically viable. It was more expensive than coal-based power. So it was really based on a lot of subsidy. Government of India used to give subsidy to make it possible to consume solar energy. So the impetus or the importance of this project was that this was the first project in India to bring down the price of solar below that of coal. So now it fits all the all the boxes, or ticks all the boxes. It is cheaper than coal-based power. How it has happened is a number of things. It is technology. Technology, of course, has moved ahead by a lot of institutes, including, I would like to believe, IIT Delhi. And there's economy of scale that has a huge role to play. Efficient supply chains, growing experience of private developers. People have become comfortable about that. Banks are willing to give money to solar energy projects now. Governments have played a role. Private sector has shown a lot of initiative, and there are people from I would come to that. 2017, February 2017. Yeah. There are people from your institute who are playing a role in each one of them. So bigger initiative of power sector. One of the bigger companies in India, Renew, is headed by Sumant Sinha, who was from this institute, 1 year senior to me. I have myself had a small role to play in the government side. But this I'm really focusing on is project structuring and risk mitigation. And that is really the core of my talk today, or what I would like to share with you, that how by structuring a project well, by reducing the risk for a private investor, how you can reduce the cost. Well, frankly, this is true not just for solar, but for any investment. This is really what I want to talk about. Slowly, what I would say is that increasingly, most climate projects are becoming more and more economically viable. Some are still not viable, like carbon capture. It is not viable as of now. It might be good for the earth, but as an economic activity by itself, it is not viable. So it has to be based on some sort of a subsidy. Whereas renewable energy has slowly transitioned from this end to the other end, that today, without any subsidy, it is viable. I have myself signed power purchase agreements in which solar energy was 12 rupees a unit. This was in 2012 actually. So that's a lot of rhyming, but anyway. So then it was, it was 8 rupees in 2012, then 5 rupees in 2014, 5.5, 5.5, then 5 rupees in 2015, and so on. Now it's between 2 and 3 rupees. So before this project came up, okay, so I'm talking largely on two projects. One is Riva. It is the first solar project in India to get power below coal-based power. And the other I would talk about is a rooftop project, which again got the lowermost rate in the country. So answering your question, so when Riva came up in February 17, this is how the projects were. Projects were set up by Government of India companies. There were two SECI, Solar Energy Corporation of India, and NTPC. So, if you just look at the top one, SECI would sell power to DISCOMs at 4.5 rupees per unit. They would keep 7 paisa as their trading margin. So they would essentially ask developers to supply them power at 4 rupee 43 paisa. It was considered that it was not viable to supply power at 4.43. So private companies were given a subsidy or a viability gap funding to provide power at that rate, and this is the amount of VGF that was given. This VGF is fairly substantial, around 10 to 15% of the project cost was given as VGF. NTPC used to just get subsidy from the government to sell it at 450. It was in this context that this project was set up, and we got okay. So this organization was sorry. Okay, it's not coming out too well. Okay, so idea was that SECI and NTPC would do everything about the project, which you can't see. The PPT is not working that well. And the state only had the responsibility of arranging the land and the infrastructure. This is how our company called RUMS was set up. RUMS Ultra Mega Solar. It was a joint venture of MP UVN, a company I was the MD of, and I was the chairperson of RUMSIL. But we ended up doing the entire gamut of activities. All that SECI used to do and what we were supposed to do. So we did both. And these are the rates we got. We got rates of below 3 rupees for this project, first year rates of below 3 rupees. All major companies participated in the tender. In terms of foreign companies, there was SoftBank from Japan, NG from France, Enel from Italy, Semcorp from Singapore, a Mauritius-based company which actually won, the 3 developers, they won one of the project, and a Canadian company and 2 Indian companies won the project. So this is the jump that it enabled. Solar prices had been going down, but it brought it below coal-based power. So government, all tenders of Government of India companies were withdrawn after this project. And Government of India has now issued standard bidding guidelines incorporating the principles, and now all 5 megawatt, above 5 megawatt projects in India are legally bound to follow these principles. So what these principles essentially are those of risk mitigation. That the private investor, because in solar what happens, that you invest and you are paid over the next 25 years. So essentially, if you are assured that you would actually get money, I mean, it's like an IIT education, that you come to IIT with the assurance that you would live a happy life thereafter, and you could even get a chance to speak to others from IIT. So these are the advantages of IIT education. So something like that, if your risks are covered, if your risks are mitigated, then you are tend to give whatever you have at a lower rate. It's a better project. So these were the principles which are encapsulated in these guidelines. This continues to be the only project in India which supplies to an institutional customer. All projects in India supply to DISCOMs. This is the only project that supplies to an institutional customer, which happens to be Delhi Metro. And during daytime, 65% of Delhi Metro's demand is met from this project. I'm usually called to management colleges. Very rarely as an engineering college have called me to speak about this project, because there has been largely commercial innovations in this project which lowered the investor risk. There is only one engineering innovation, so I'm happy to be talking about that. So a solar project typically produces like this, like a solar with a yellow curve. And so if Delhi Metro were to be given power, they would get what the blue line is, something like which something starts in the morning, peaks at noon, and reduces in afternoon and evening, whereas the demand is almost constant through the day. So what we did was that, as those of you who remember your first, second year might remember, that area under the power time graph is energy. So it does not matter whether you draw the graph like this or like this, but if the area under both the curves is the same, you give the same energy. So you can give the same energy by giving a flat energy at a lower level, or energy which increases and reduces like this. So what we give to Metro is a flat energy through the day. Okay, so we give them the yellow. So starting from the morning, we give them flat energy through the day, and the remaining power we give to the Madhya Pradesh DISCOMs. So Delhi Metro really gets a stable supply through the day. As we were doing it for the first time, and people at IIT are not known for being very innovative in terms of creativity, we called it optimum scheduling. Now, I mean, when I talk about it, I feel it should have been a better or fancier name, but we could only think of optimum scheduling, so we called it that. But this is the only project in India which supplies to an institutional customer. Well, this is the environmental benefit. If you were to get the same environmental benefit, you have to plant as many as 2.6 crore trees, which, you can, imagine the nightmare and the care and all that. This is the benefit that you achieve. This was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. This has got the World Bank President Award. There is a case study on the project in Singapore Management University and in Harvard. Capacity Building Commission has recognized it as one of the top 15 innovations in the country. So this is about RIVA project. I would be happy to answer any questions later. The other project that we talk about is the rooftop project. Essentially, the principles are the same. The earlier was a big project, 1500 hectare. 1500 hectare is like 15 square kilometer. It's like 5 kilometers into 3 kilometers. That sort of an area. A rooftop is obviously on the top of a roof, much smaller project, but the basic principles are the same. So in India, we have done very well in the ground mounted solar. We've almost achieved 2/3 of our target. In rooftop, we haven't done that well. The reason is that in India, we have largely relied on the capex model, where we expect the consumer to put his or her money, like perhaps what IIT has done. I think, so many institutes here, buildings have panels. So the idea is that IIT spends money, or if someone, many of you have a residence and so on, you spend your money. The problem is that not many organizations want to spend that money. A bigger problem with government is that, see, I'm in the government, so I would know what the government is bad at doing. So government is very bad at very many things, but something that it is really very, very bad at is maintaining things. Government can spend money and build a fancy thing, but maintaining thing is really one of the biggest challenges for the government. So maintaining a solar, if a panel is not clean, the production dips. So these things are difficult for the government. So that is a problem in a capex project. So a better model could be a OPEX model, where some investor comes, invests, sets up panels, and maintains the panel for 25 years. The developer is paid only and only on the energy generated. So it makes sure that the energy is actually generated, because that is the only revenue stream for the developer. The developer is paid only and only on the energy generated. So he or she makes sure. I always say he and she, because I know women solar developers, and I hope many of you do become. So, the investment is assured, the return, they make sure that the investment actually pays them money. And as far as the consumer is concerned, it makes sense for them, because they have that. Then I now come back to the initial slide. They have made zero investment. They make savings from day one, and they're moving towards net zero. So in my view, this model works much better, and we got the, so these are the rates we got. What it looks like brown are the DISCOM rates, and what is the yellow are the rates that we got for the various categories. These are all projects that are running. So this got the lowermost rate in India. A lot of companies took part. So these are the places where the projects are actually running. So this is not just the tender was done. These are projects that are actually running as we speak. So it is like IIM Indore, and a lot of Power Grid, a lot of Government of India organizations, IIITs, and so on. Lots of medical colleges, etc. So over 100 buildings in organizations in Madhya Pradesh are getting power under this model. This is IIM Indore. So IIM Indore has, as I said, made no investment. They make a monthly saving of over 3 lakh. They have saved more than 50 lakh till now. And this is, again, I said, without any investment being made by them, apart from the environmental benefit. This is Central Academy of Police Training, Government of India organization, again, something similar. And 7 medical colleges in the state. Lots of other organizations, universities, colleges, police organizations. this is sort of, I mean, why we got such a low rate, lot of things, but I mean, this is something that pertained to technology, so I thought I would share with you. I mean, when a bidder is bidding for so many projects, they don't know what it entails. So what we did is we developed a data room in which there was great detailing. For example, you see that there is a tree there. So the tree would have a shadow on the roof. So you would not put panels there. So that sort of information was there. There is the trees on the other side as well, but their height is lesser. So they would, the shadow would not fall on the building. So there are panels there. So we had that much detailing that the project would need 4 inverters, like 247 modules and copper wire of 817.8 meter. So all that sort of detailing was in the data room that we developed, so that the bidders sitting in their offices in Noida, Pune, Bangalore, wherever, could actually see what the project entails. That is killing the information asymmetry. This is just the medical colleges. So as you would see, we have done it actually for 7. This data is for 6. We've done for 7 medical colleges. They save almost 20 lakh rupees per month. And the total saving has been, actually slightly old data. Till now, actually more than 4 crore they have saved through this project. I would reiterate, without any investment by the medical colleges or the medical education department. Government of India, Niti Aayog has launched it as a project called Sons, Blessings and Health, Subeh. The idea is to replicate this project for setting up rooftop projects over health institutions all over the country. This project has also been awarded by Capacity Building as one of the top 15 innovations in the country. Now, how does this happen? Okay, why is it necessary to do risk mitigation? Firstly, it has more developers are interested. I mean, if you have a risky project, some people would be interested. Oh, okay, I mean, why do people write the JEE? I mean, some people from VIT have done very well. If you look at the top CEOs in US, I think frankly there are more from the other colleges than from IITs. But the idea is that, I mean, the chances of success are higher. There are lesser chances of, I mean, individual brilliance wherever it is would make you go high. But so if it's a less risky project, then more people are interested. So one of the first reasons is that more people are interested. There are a lot of investors in the West who don't typically invest in developing countries, but they would invest in a project if the risk is lessened. Then, I mean, this is something that I will talk about: cheaper equity and cheaper debt. How is a price for any project determined? It is two things. One is equity and other is debt. Typically, projects have 30% equity, 70% debt. So if you have a safe project, then a lot of investors would invest who would have low expectation of return on investment. For example, there are a lot of sovereign funds, pension funds, which don't want skyrocketing returns, but they want that the investment should be safe. They get a minimum return because they have to pay the pension. On the other hand, there could be investment like oil exploration, where you can get skyrocketing returns, but you might get nothing. Now, pension fund would not go in for oil exploration because they might not get anything at all. So, such funds invest in projects which are de-risked. Solar is a particularly de-risked project because once you install the panels, etc., just need to clean the panels, give security, and largely it gives you, revenue stream. So, if you lessen the risk of a project, you get investors who have lower expectation of ROI, and then banks give you loan at lesser rates. So because of these two things, the project cost is lesser, and you can get supply goods or services at lower rate. How it is done, I mean, I think that is a longer thing. I don't think we would have the time and the patience for this. But I suppose you can do it by talking largely to the bidders, to the investors, to the developers. If you talk to them, listen to their problems, try to, then I suppose you are successful in mitigating investor risk or developer risk. I think I would, draw to, my thing to a close, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions from you. I suppose after the session, we have 2 more panelists. So after that, I suppose all 4 of us will sit here and would be happy to answer questions from any one of you. So now I think I should request Dr. Bhattacharya ji. He might like to come. I was told that his area of research has been corrosion of rebar in concrete, high performance concrete, microstructure modeling of concrete. So this will be a lot of learning for me, I suppose. Okay.
There's a different
Okay.
area. My other area is, of course, the building physics, essentially. So that's what I'm going to talk about. Just 1 minute. Thank you very much. Mr. Srivastava. When did you graduate, by the way? I did my BTech in electrical PPA. Okay. Because by the time I think I had joined the faculty. So I knew earlier one. ये आ जाएगा अंदर? Yes. So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, the organizer, including IIT Delhi, for inviting me. So, what I'm going to talk is urban planning and sustainable habitat, role of trees. We did some work on this actually, and role of building envelope, a little bit on those. Now, general concept. So, no collar mic, right? Okay, I can use this, right. So, some general concepts. Global population, of course, is increasing, and I think I'll spend much less time on those. And efficiency is also, technological efficiency we are increasing, but even then, there is a problem. The problem, of course, is that you need more art than what you have. You need more than one art. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit in the beginning. And sustainability actually relates to two things. One is the consumption, another is your capacity. So at the moment, obviously, I'll go fast here. Consumption is given in terms of eco-footprint, ecological footprint, right? What you consume. You might even, it's all expressed in what is called global hectare. It's, so it's called, it's in the unit of global hectare. I suppose I'm audible, right? Yeah. So that's it, but I'm not going to go into the equations because many of you might not be very comfortable in this kind of a scenario to have equations, not really, that's in my regular class. So this also related to waste generated, whatever consumption, and your capacity, of course, because for the waste we talk in terms of the area required to, like just now Mr. Srivastava mentioned, total area of the tree required to take the carbon dioxide. So this is what it is, and imports and exports, so consumption calculated in this manner. Something like this. But capacity is what you can produce. That's also expressed in global hectare, right? So basically, carbon dioxide is one of the major things related to sustainability, and that's why we are so much bothered about it. Biocapacity, for each type of land type, we can calculate out. There's an equivalence factor through which we can calculate out how much. EQF is the equivalence factor. How much is the yield, depending upon type of land, area that country has or the globe has, whole earth. And yield factor of every year varies because your production, agricultural production might vary. Something else might vary. So therefore, this is why we express biocapacity. Both of these are expressed in terms of what is called global hectare, and for a country, it would be actually related to world hectare, to the nation's hectare and things like that. I don't think I'll go into this. So temporal variation is also there. With time, capacity might increase. If you look at just before COVID, the accounting, this is available actually. If you look at World Ecological Institute, I think it's from USA, you'll get all this, and I just took up some of them. Norway I had to keep because it's one of the top. I'm not interested in this part. Of course, ours is lower and middle income country. And ecological footprint, if you see, carbon is one of the major things. And all these countries, comparable things are there, and we can find out that it comes out to be a total 1.2 in terms of the relative unit that we are talking of. And our biocapacity is somewhere around 0.4.
That means to sustain all the population of our country, you need 2.7 times our area. And that's what is bothering, and the world needs possibly 3 worlds sooner or later. So this is what it is. The main issue is the carbon dioxide. Biocapacity is by and large not increasing in a big way. But ecological footprint is increasing, and one of the major things is the carbon. So all kind of lands, their equivalents, if you put it, the carbon is the major one, and that's the major problem. So this is what up to 2016. And carbon dioxide, it comes mainly from 2 sources. Main source is the fossil fuel. Next is of course cement, right? It's about 5-7%, not really big much, and people are trying to reduce it, not going to use anymore the conventional ordinary Portland cement, which actually burns calcium carbonate, calcined calcium carbonate, and therefore generates carbon dioxide, in addition to use of fossil fuel. So I'm not going to talk of that today much, but this is what I'd say a pessimist's view, that you would need possibly 3 hours in 2050. This was around 2008. That way we are consuming, our population is increasing and everything put together, and this is the capacity, because it's not increasing. We have only one goal. The whole energy comes from the sun and is dissipated over the year. You get it and you dissipate it. You know, if that balance is there, otherwise warming would have occurred, and which is, you know, it has been said that there's a kind of global warming. Right. So this is sustainable. So these are 3 pillars of sustainability, very well known, of course, and economic, social, and environmental. My point of telling this is that economic thing is important, social thing is important, and you shouldn't consume more resources than you can actually produce. Leave it for your future generation, according to that commission, 1987, UN commission. So it has been seen, this is also linked to Human Development Index, which is a, you know, index talks about everything, overall well-being of the people, and ecological footprint are higher, their Human Development Index is also higher. A good Human Development Index will be 0.8. We are around 0.64. And many of those countries, their ecological footprint is very high. So we should have high AGDI and less ecological footprint, and that's what we should be targeting for. And there's the same thing, how many number of hours you need, that one, you know, similar one. So anyway, my point why I'm saying this is that our AGDI 2019 is around 0.64. 0.8 is good. Therefore, you need infrastructure development. You can't avoid it. And that's what we are talking of. Urban development, I mean, infrastructure development in general. Therefore, construction facilities, maybe urban facilities, or if you think in terms of, you know, growing everywhere, including rural areas, so-called rural areas, that would be perhaps a better idea. So that's what it is, 2.7. So we should reduce our ecological footprint of our material and system, and more efficiently we should do. So sustainability should address all these issues actually. Right, life cycle energy implication, as Mr. Dr. Raman was saying earlier, carbon dioxide generation, and the side issue is global warming, natural resources depletion. You don't have sand, in fact, in many places, many parts of the country, and it must take account of all. So technological process, of course, we take material, manipulate it, make use of it, and in the process then if you leave it as waste, that's the problem. Carbon dioxide is definitely treated as a waste, and these are all both waste and taking from the mother earth is also detrimental to the nature, because it might disturb the whole system. Right. So engineered material and properly engineered material, they do need actually. So most efficient handling, optimal use and design, and of course the construction is a solution. Now urban, different layers of urban thing I have not go into, because there are many things already he has talked about something similar. But if I look at a city or an urban area, you get agricultural food from outside, water supply from outside, fuel and raw material from outside, power from outside. and you also get clean air from outside. And what you do, modify the air, of course, the kind of pollution scenario, and generate some amount of waste, and therefore you got to tackle all these issues in the urban scenario. And manufactured goods do come and go, two-way traffic actually. So that's what it is. Now, I like this. I was taught in 1980s by one of my teachers here in this institute, Professor Nair, Clarence Paris' idea of neighborhood planning. And he told me that sectors in R.K. Purams were almost planned that way. The why I like it is, it actually put youngest child in the center point. The smallest unit in urban planning is a neighborhood. That concept was given in 1925 by this gentleman. And a child should not walk not more than half a mile, because it's American. Half a mile, shouldn't walk more than half a mile. So primary school should be at the center of a neighborhood. This has all vanished long back, both in US or anywhere else in the world. And that's a good idea. People-oriented, I mean the child-oriented, that's most important. But our urban planning has gone away from this. The other issue which you mentioned was urban heat island, which is coming. I just want to point out, when we talk into urban issues, the human aspects of it also should look into, in addition to carbon dioxide issues what I talked of. And urban heat island, of course, because they can absorb a lot of heat and dissipate. Anyway, I'm not going to go too much into it, but this is what has been seen for Tokyo over the years, right? And I have a photograph. Obviously, because of the microclimatic effect, lot of runoff is less. Heat stored by the built environment. One can of course calculate them out. Temperature usually is higher than the surrounding. And this is what is for Salt Lake City, photographed by NASA. The red areas are where heat temperature is higher, where your building density is higher. So, temperature with greens, where greens are there, it is less. So I'm going to talk about trees. That's what I am making all this. And this is what, if you look at it, it shows you various, like how you treat this, handle this situation. So how do you measure actually this urban heat island effect? I'm not going to talk about this, and mitigation is essentially through trees. So this is New Delhi, contemporary. I had, of course, 1930s map also, which I am not showing right now in this one. This is the current master plan. And of course, Delhi is a relatively well-planned city compared to many other cities in the country. You can see there is a correlation between carbon dioxide emission, because the blue one shows you the population density and tons of carbon dioxide per kilometer square per year. And wherever those towers of population density is there, whether it's Tokyo, London, or Dhaka, or wherever it is, you find that the carbon dioxide emission is higher. So perhaps it is not a good idea to increase the FAR every now and then, which we have done in Delhi many years later. I'm not sure what is the basis of this, but it does increase the economic growth. Cement and steel consumption increases. Because here the population would like to come. All two-story buildings have become three-story. I was actually doing a project, MTech project on this, but unfortunately COVID stopped it. He collected the data, couldn't compile it. But anyway, actually it has increased your traffic density, by the way, because the people who can afford a house in urban Delhi are affluent. And therefore, they will have not one car per family, possibly one car per person. Your traffic density has increased, and now of course you start crying about pollution, 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 and you have actually increased your FAR ratio many times. Same thing happened in Mumbai. Factories have gone away, but then there all housings have come top. So one has to really rethink about this issue. Okay, how strategies, because this is what I'm going to talk about. We have some work we did on trees and vegetation, and of course that's what I'm going to look at. Now this is done. We did a project with the European Union. I mean, I was involved in that project, and this part of the project what I'm talking of, climate project with the European Union, funded by European Union. Many other institutions were involved. We used Humayun's Tomb, we measured temperature. There are a lot of trees there, and we had temperature and humidity measurement, and also that was available for Safdarjung Airport, where there are not much of a trees. And what you use is model for evapotranspiration. Now, physics is, understanding the model is very important. Then you use the software, it's fine. But if you don't understand physics, don't study physics, and then use a software, I think I can give you a bright example, I mean, a burning example. There's no software which uses Indian design sky for daylighting calculation. The daylight brightness model, sky brightness model, which is there in Indian code, is as old as 1970, done in CBRI by Dr. Saxena and Dr. Narasimhan. After that, nobody has studied this in this country. And what we are using is some else model, one of those European Illumination Commission's model, or maybe Paris model. Anyway, we try to work on to that, but that I am not going to talk about. So you can use what is called a Penman-Montiac method model. I am not going to the equations, right? So evapotranspiration through the plant, and this is the equation quickly, although, but I am not going to explain them right now here. If you are interested, you can look into my course on green buildings and sustainability and green buildings or green materials, whatever it is. There's a NPTEL course, video course is available, free of cost. We have got 10,000 video courses from IITs and IISc, Bangalore, etc. I have 2 courses on this one. One is that sustainability, and another is building science. So anyway, and then we use a Gaussian plume model to find out how much moisture will spread, and based on this, then we found out, calculated it and measured the data. As you can see, these are temperature data. One would be for maximum in those four we took measurements. I mean, this data is shown for 4 seasons representing days. One in, it was in 2006. So February, then May, 1st May to 31st May, and so on and so forth. There are 4 seasons we took. And then we measured. At the Safdarjung airport, data was available from the IMD, and measured the Humayun's tomb. And you can see that temperature comes down because of the tree. And we could model this, and model also behaves exactly the same manner using that evapotranspiration model, which is used by irrigation engineers often, environmental engineers as well. So we could see that there is a substantial difference in temperature, 3 to 4 degrees, 45 to 35, and so on. In Humayun's tomb, basically because of there are plenty of number of trees there. I suppose somewhere it is, the diagram might be there. And similarly, if you look at relative humidity, yeah, this is Humayun's tomb, and there are a lot of plant trees there actually, and this is modeled like this. The circles are the trees, right? Circles are the trees and their diameter, the kind of an umbrella, that is taken into the model. The evaporation occurs from there. Transpiration also includes the ground and all that. And then it spreads. And where the density of the moisture becomes very little, it spreads all over, humidity doesn't change. That's the total area you take and find out how much is the increase in humidity, and correspondingly latent heat, since it would be absorbing the latent heat, temperature of that particular area gets reduced. So trees definitely reduce down the temperature, but it increases the relative humidity, but this has got a negative side. Over planting of trees might increase your air conditioning load. And many of whom we were from Delhi, good old days we were using desert coolers. They've actually vanished. In May, June months we were using desert coolers. Now those days, if you have too much of trees, this can also happen some places, not necessarily, but one has to see. Because desert cooler works on evaporative cooling. It dry air absorbs water, moisture vapor, and therefore it cools the air itself and goes into the room. While air conditioner does work, right? It does work, the piston does the work, the compressor, and withdraws the heat in that manner. And W is equals to JH. So if you want to remember H heat multiplied by J is the work that you'll have to do. So air conditioner actually uses a lot more energy than those. Okay, so all these diameters of these were we found out and then measured. And that's the comparison of relative humidity, I think, comparison measured and calculated. Temperature as well as relative humidity we checked. Relative humidity, there's a percentage increase, a few percent, and that's how you can model. Okay, so this is one of the things we did. If you have some questions, I'd like to answer later on. Obviously, you can nowadays incorporate all kind of automation in the system, Internet of Things and things like that. I'm not talking about that, but fundamentally your original system should be proper. Control and management can be possible, and urban ecosystem, many things you can control by automation. But I'm not going to talk again about this. I'll talk a little bit about envelope where we have worked. So this is what the building envelope is. And that controls, because it acts like a filter. Allows, stops heat in summer, maybe should allow heat in winter. In a composite climate like this, that would be very important. And daylight also it should. So building interacts with its surrounding like this, humidity, solar radiation, etc., 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 and you can model them. So first aspect, urban comes in, any kind of functional design of building, urban issue comes in first. Urban planning comes in first, whether it's fire, whether it's noise, and or daylighting and lighting, as well as thermal. This is a notional diagram. Natural condition perturbation over the, it could be very high. But if you do microclimatic control like trees I mentioned, you can bring it down. Then of course the structural control, envelope and things like that. And lastly, of course, if you want absolute control, then you need active systems where energy has to be given. So building is very complex. It's extremely complex. It's much complex than other civil engineering infrastructure, where only civil engineers work mostly, a bridge, at best even two disciplines of civil engineering, mostly the structural discipline, construction and the design, and little bit the transportation engineers. But you come to building, it's extremely complex. You have mechanical, civil, electrical, and of course architectural issues also there. That's the main thing, and therefore that's the problem. So all this, and therefore, and they are interactive. It's not that one come and next one comes. So it's extremely complex, and urban system is far more complex than this. And obviously, microclimatic control starts from urban. And of course, I like to put this gentleman's photograph, Frank Lloyd Wright. I thought he didn't have a formal architecture degree. That's what I was told in US. But he is the one who suggested that form should follow the function. So that's why I put his name. Right. So current challenges, of course, reduction of material. And I think component must be multifunctional. You want to make it, you cannot separate out all disciplines, one from other. All envelope components must be multifunctional. That means it must perform the structural engineering, load carrying capacity, load bearing, thermal, noise, as well as fenestration part of it if there is opening. So it should be multifunctional, and all components must act as a system. Now, I'd like to, some academic institution where I'm involved a little bit, they have decided to go for precast, right? What you call planar system, walls and the roof. Now, what has been done is the wall, first they have made it a structural design of the wall, which should carry the load, because now it's monolithic with the slab. So everything carries the load. It's 160 millimeter. Then they remembered, okay, it's in a hot, dry desert climate, so therefore there should be insulation, because they are ACs. Those rooms are AC. So they put an insulation, inner side. Now that's fine, 100 mm expanded polystyrene. Now that's problematic for fire. So put another layer of aerated concrete, aerated autoclave concrete, which is actually provide a fire protection through insulation. This is an extremely bad design. I wanted, since I said that this design is not acceptable, instead you should have done a sandwich panel. But then they said it will cost us hell of a lot, change the bed and things like that, and it didn't go by. So what I'm saying is an integral look into the whole thing is very, very important. Should be climate sensible, durable and sustainable, and life cycle performance, and speed of construction, of course. Now this I have already said, so I'm not going to go into that. Act as a membrane, and envelope acts as a membrane, block heat flow, and everything put together. The decision variables here are everything. As he showed earlier, there are many decision variables. And therefore, you have to do an optimization. I mean, you can make a good design, but the best design is only through mathematical optimization. There's no other go. You understand and do it through a software is fine. And we have been working on this actually. So decision and design variables are orientation, shape, and some of them are qualitative. If you look at it, it's qualitative. Northeast, long axis northeast or southwest or whatever it is, it's actually qualitative. So you have to use such optimization tool which can handle qualitative variable, like modern day evolutionary algorithm. The computer scientist and the electronics engineer, actually they gave those kind of modern mathematics where you can do optimization even for qualitative variable. We have been using various forms of genetic algorithm, as they call it, other optimization tools also. You have been using shape, fenestration. You can include shading devices or even building integrated photovoltaics in this. So essentially it's a hyperdimensional space, not 3 dimension, n plus 1 dimension, right? And so many, in this space actually many, these are other dimensions. So you might have n dimensional space, maybe 40, 50. That's the least he showed, were too big. And out of those, which you got to choose the best, right? These are all discrete points. They're not continuous. In mathematics, continuous variables are handled very easily, and you find out the best solution. And that's what we tried to do in some cases. So, you can have possible choices 3.8 into 10 to the power 21, depending upon number of variables you have, and for each variable, how many possibilities are there. 8 orientations, for example. Say, let's say with aspect ratio varying, 8 aspect ratio, varying shape. So this can be a huge choice, and you can make it through mathematical optimization with cloud computing and things like that today. This is the kind of thing we worked on. This is one of my students' work, which he finished recently. We did into multi-objective optimization for 3 things. But I think structure should also come in here. These are for acoustics, daylighting, and for, there are three objectives: minimize the annual thermal load, maximize the daylight inclusion, daylight factor, DAF. This is standing for daylight flux, lumens, and also the insulation, acoustic noise insulation in the periphery. All three, this is 3 objectives: maximize the thermal insulation, acoustic insulation, minimize the cooling load, and maximize the daylight inclusion. 3 objectives simultaneously for different walls, for different surfaces. 4 surfaces he took, and then YTC for the building envelope, outdoor indoor transmission class rating, right, according to American Society of Testing Materials. And these are multi-objective optimization. I'm not going to go into the maths of this. It's developed by one of our erstwhile IIT Kanpur professor. He was in our Kanpur, has gone back to USA. KM Dev, Kalyanmoy, his book Optimization is called NSGA2, right? Non-dominating sequential, genetic algorithm, whatever it is. So Professor Panigrahi, he talked in the morning, he too works in similar sort of thing. So Paratonal optimist condition it is called, but I don't think I'll go into mathematics part of it, but this is what he used and developed some sort of charts for various climatic zones of the country. And that's what it is. What would be possibly amongst some of those they were in CPWD schedule of rates, some of those constructions we took and provided choices. I don't think I'll go into details, these are available in this paper. Coming to the last part of my talk is, of course, which Mr. Tanmay Tathagata might talk more about it, net zero building, and this is what it is. But I just want to tell you again, there will be too many variables, shape parameters, all, and then building integrated photovoltaics. That will be additional variable there. Where you put it, how you put it, is it tracking? So you can make it more complex. Something like BIPV can come into picture, and one can model them and find out the best solution. Best solution. So that's okay. I'll just quickly go into the last part of some other works of ours, lower embodied energy, etc., etc. You can look into already. He talked about, but I definitely like to talk about concrete, which is thought to be not a very good material, but it's extremely good material because we engineer it. We can make it what out of it. Today, concrete would be again n-dimensional. This 3-dimensional shown. You can have all kind of binders. You can have all kind of aggregate matrices. High strength concrete uses only quad 600 micron diameter less. Then you can reinforce with fibers, not conventional reinforcement I am talking of. Reinforce with fiber, right? And you can make a composite out of it. And there are n number of possibilities. And and performance also, it can have fresh concrete, long-term performance, etc., etc. Again, 3-dimensional expression. And you can choose depending upon what performance you need. That kind of flexibility may not be available with other materials. That's why it's versatile concrete I am calling, and you can choose required to design. And what I'm trying to point out is that mass housing, if you are looking at, it's a possibility that large scale construction and economy, you will have multifunctional design is possible, which will save, then it will be definitely sustainable, energy efficient, everything you can make together. Industrialized construction. So quick offsite construction, I'm just telling you, for example, this is a planar system. This is very much there in India, by the way. Etc., etc. And this is what it is. I'm quickly going through it because I think 3D printed is also coming, but they will not go high rise. It is not at the moment. There are challenges associated with this, and that's what it is. So you have to have everything multifunctional, structural as well as. Right, and quickly some of our quick 2-3 slides, I'll stop there. We did some work on what is called high strength ashcrete. Fly ash, bottom ash, and cement. It's absolutely sustainable and good insulation and high strength. Then high volume fly ash cement, what is called phase change material. You have materials which can change their, depending upon the, they can change their phases from solid to liquid wax. So micro encapsulated PCM we worked on, and that too works fine, and I think that's it. So what I'm saying is that one should go for multifunctional design, industrialized construction, and concrete does provide sustainability. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for this. I would request Tanmay Tathagat to please come. He's been working in sustainable architecture, and I suppose he shared with me that a lot of what he had studied all his life has already been covered in the last 2 lectures. So you just talk about a few practical examples, perhaps.
I'll take less than 10 minutes.
So namaskar. Thank you all my previous professors and speakers. It was just wonderful that all the bases have been covered, so to say. And yeah, you can do a presentation mode. So we've seen in Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. Srikonda's sessions that there is a lot of domain knowledge in various aspects of planning, design, construction, materials that is required to put things together and get solutions for addressing all the challenges of sustainability. We also saw, and which is very important in Mr. Srivastava's presentation, that all of it has to work in today's context with today's social, economic context. So business models, transactions, and how things get implemented are as important as understanding the science behind it. I thought I would cover aspects of urban design and urban sustainability that relate to energy. All the theory has been covered, so now I'm just going to skip my slides and show you examples of projects where some of this has been implemented. So to understand India's context, we are 2.5%, 2.4% of the world landmass, but we are 26% of population and growing. And most of it is still rural, but it is going urban. And it's expected that over 40% will be urban in the next 10 years. We are getting new cities from 400 odd cities to roughly 2,000 to 3,000 additional growth centers. We need billions of square meter of new buildings, whether it's commercial or residential. There's data that says that housing demand is growing, and the data published by Planning Commission shows that we need about 35 million new homes in urban areas and more than 180, which includes Kacha to Pakka conversion in the rural areas. And construction is like a large part of our economy, right? And just to understand India's context, just the aggregate annual population increase in 6 major cities in the world is more than the entire population of Europe. So the number of people that get added to these 6 cities every year is more than, so it's really a staggering proportion, right? We know the environmental impact, they use a lot of energy, and construction and operation both consume a lot of energy, have a large environmental impact. Professor Bhattacharya also showed the city's temperature, and you can see that there is a trend of rising urban temperature. He also showed that a lot of input materials that go into developing a city end up being challenges. And urban form brings it all together. So I wanted to show some examples. For example, anyone interested in this report on energy and resource efficient urban neighborhood design by UN Habitat is kind of like a compendium of all the knowledge you need for understanding what are the key issues related to streets, density, land use, social mix, and specialized land uses that we have in urban design. They talk about how to manage solar radiation, how to manage open spaces, how to manage landscape, and water to moderate the environmental aspects of urban development. For outdoor thermal comfort and looking at cities where you have a problem of just not being, having large number of hours of discomfort outside, also inside the house, inside your offices, there is a lot of work again that's been done on how to mitigate the urban heat island effect. Some of these factors are within our control, some are uncontrollable, but what we have in our control, this is a project where we looked at designing multiple planning options for a large campus to see what would be the impact of urban heat island. And this modeling can show you that there are areas which are dense, you do get some shading. If you have large open areas, you get overheated. And we worked with the designers to look at 5 different layouts for the same project to say which one will get the best the lowest urban heat island effect, right? It also affects shading. So you have areas that are usable less or more depending on how much shade they get. Similarly, you can do energy modeling at that scale to see different kinds of buildings and what will be the energy performance index in one model versus an optimized model. So optimized model will have a combination of design, planning, material, insulation, shading, all kinds of things that can come together, right? This is just one aspect which is based on orientation and massing. So these strategies for mitigating urban heat islands have been there and now are being implemented. Similarly, this issue of density and height, I'm just going to illustrate with this very interesting research that came out of Sydney that looked at what is the energy consumption related to the density, and Professor Bhattacharya talked about it, right? If I look at, now this is heating. So this is heating energy, but cooling is also going to be similar because it's based on the amount of exposed area that you have. So as in a low-rise building, you have more exposed area, more roof area, more wall area, and in a high-rise building, you have less. So space heating energy in this case goes up. But then this is considering that there's hardly any insulation. The moment you insulate it and make the envelope better, the difference is lower now. The dotted line shows that in lower rise buildings, you can actually do better design as well as in high rise, not just in there, and mitigate some of that effect of more exposed surfaces. Energy consumption, they measured in different types of buildings, and the energy consumption per capita is the highest in high rise. So there's again the metric of per square meter and per capita because of vertical transport, all other factors, water pumping, that per capita energy use is the highest in a high rise. And similarly, the solar potential is the lowest. So if you talk about this distributed solar and this potential of, and if I look at an overall energy impact, which is energy use in the building and transport, and I look at a model where I move from combustion engine to electric vehicles with a medium density development, you get the optimum of both, which is the optimum of my energy use, energy generation, and therefore, again, coming back to the model of 4-5-story dense development, R.K. Puram was given as an example, are probably the most resource optimum development from both transport and energy use and embodied carbon perspectives. These kinds of studies have been done and are more being done, but this is good to see that you can look at a holistic approach where you combine all the carbon or energy impacts or other environmental impact to make decisions. Now, our traditional cities followed these intrinsically. So this is Jodhpur, but new cities don't, right? Traditional cities had the whole resource constraint which forced people to live within the means, which we don't have anymore. So the effect that we had on street, the lifestyle is now changing. Now the whole paradigm of our development does not follow this optimization because we can afford it in that particular context. So how do you get it all together, right? That's the key question, and that's where understanding of business, understanding of how the economy is driven is equally important in making these decisions. Another example I wanted to give, Singapore has this wonderful strategies for cooling Singapore. And this is a book that has all kinds of very well illustrated examples, and they have different action points that the city is following, which ranges from what can be done at a city level down to a house level to mitigate, which is probably one of the most challenging climate of Singapore, right? So they talk about urban geometry, shading, material, vegetation, transport, and energy. We developed this manual for cool roofs or cool Delhi, which was focused at looking at urban affordable housing, schools, especially public schools, government schools, to look at how they can use in some kind of shading, insulation, and vegetation to reduce the thermal stress on students and people who are vulnerable, right? And there have been studies done that look at the energy use before and after with retrofit with cool roof. This is another example of how you design a city or a planning. This is Nimaling Solar Township designed by Sanjay Prakash for Ladakh, where the city and the streets were designed based on the heights of buildings, respecting the traditional vernacular architecture, plus the street design, plus the orientation that is required for optimum solar to come up with this, this whole city development plan. Mumbai has a very interesting requirement for looking at impacts of your development on the city and the neighborhood. We do a lot of projects of looking at a high-rise coming in, what is the impact it has on wind direction, on shading of its neighborhood, different times of the day, what is the impact that it would have with different strategies. and that's how the projects get approved. For urban infill projects, this you might know is a project just across the border in DLF. How does a new project affect solar, shading, glare? There are a lot of projects that are coming at mitigating it at a city level with district energy projects. Transit-oriented development, we said, and again, an example we worked on, which was Karkarduma, where the city was, the whole development was planned based on transit-oriented development, high FARs, but still to give the proper solar access, proper renewable energy potential access, and giving a reasonable amount of daylight and ventilation to every unit. So you could codify it. IIT Kanpur, we did a recent study to look at how do you densify an already dense campus, which is in a dense city, cannot expand, but is expanding more, to be sustainable and still do that development. In fact, we have a presentation tomorrow for IIT Dhanbad for the same thing, that how do you look at an existing infill development, increase the density while making it more sustainable. So different strategies for existing and new structures. A very good example of a new development, this is Nalanda University, campus that is designed to be net zero energy, water and carbon, strategies for cooling buildings and neighborhoods, creating shaded streets, a lot of water to be used. Urban infill project, this is in Mumbai, it's a knowledge park, it's a 25-acre industrial development, reconfigured and repurposed into a modern commercial hub while retaining a lot of the industrial structures, introducing more leisure spaces, social spaces, and making a very, very energy efficient building in that mix. Retaining some, for example, a cooling tower was converted into a cafe. Like industrial cooling towers used to be like real big structures, right? So all these things are possible. The best example where everything comes together that we worked on was campus for IIT Jodhpur, where the whole design was based on understanding all these things we talked about and putting it together under one large campus with all the functions that you see in a residential, commercial, and of course a lot of academic. So it was based on detailed modeling, understanding of the principles, designing each space, setting guidelines for streets, buildings, sections, landscape, materials, colors, and ensuring that everything comes together over a 25-year development cycle of a campus. You just don't make it in one day. So sustainable urban development is difficult to define because there are many factors. There is no yes and no. I can't define it now. Nobody else can. You can only look at aspects of it, right? Also, there's a lot of misunderstanding. But it is holistic, we know. It looks at the whole project life. It has major goals. It has a lot of minor goals as well, which are the co-benefits that come out of it. But it becomes something that sometimes has become a bandwagon. Right now, it's a challenge because I sometimes am afraid of calling myself that I work in the area of sustainability because everyone is now working in the area of sustainability and it's very poorly understood. And there are so many claims, and that's where we are currently, where everything is green and sustainable. And that's why we need the metrics that, professors, you guys have talked about, that how do you quantify and actually verify those claims? So you do need a focused attention on it. It is not just environmental protection. It's not just economic development. It's actually a change in our cultural outlook towards a more sustainable way of living that we keep talking about was there in our heritage and was there, but we don't live it in our own lives. And we talk about this ability to maintain this condition over time. I think we can grow as, again, this was talked about, was the carrying capacity of our ecosystem. So with that, we do look at all the principles that are required for sustainable urban development. And we do understand that it is a way of life. And finally, if I look at the vulnerable population amongst us, I look at sustainable urban development also as another way of saying social justice, because it brings in the inequity and the impact of these environmental changes are more on people who cannot affect to mitigate it. And all of us can go towards air conditioning, all of us can afford to travel and live comfortably, but a large population can't. So ultimately, to paraphrase, that it's all integrated. We do need to look at it as our own approach to development and social justice. Thank you.
I think we have already, exceeded the time, and the time for the next panel is already there. So I don't know whether we have the time for any questions. I would be guided by the organizers on that. Okay. So if the panel could come and we could have one or two, you could have the question by the time the panel comes, because I think we're in a hurry. So any one of you, please ask a question, and I could request the panel to come. They're very short, just 2 questions, because I believe we have already running late.
We have one more
session,
and we have to close it at 6.
Achha, just ago. We close it, don't have. Okay, so I think we don't have the time. So I suppose there could be some, we would be outside, so we could, meet offline, and there could be any questions, we could. So I believe there is a formal the closing, but if there are any questions, I suppose all of us would be outside, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We would have loved to listen to each one of you in greater detail, and I think presentations were very exhaustive and engrossing. Thank you very much, Manuji, for conducting it so well. Those of you from SPA would know Sevaramji was Manuji's classmate. They were together in IIT. Sevaram, everybody knows in SPA. Thank you very much. And finally, हमारी तरफ से एक थोड़ा सा सम्मान, और उसके लिए टोकन ऑफ एप्रिसिएशन, ये गोबर का आर्ट क्राफ्ट It's the last session now before we close. We're running slightly into the closing of the day. Thank you very much for bearing with us. The last session is on ideation and startups on urban planning and mobility. Essentially, the focus is to have people who think about carrying forward the ideation to the entrepreneurship, and how to actually translate all the understanding and bringing it to the people. And for that, we have 3 persons with us. I am happy to invite Dr. Abhijit Rastogi. He is my colleague from School of Planning and Architecture. His project in the doctoral research was on fly ash utilization. Incidentally, we had a project with the NTPC on environmental sustainable utilization for fly ash, etc., etc. And then he continued the same affiliation with the fly ash. Further, I am happy to invite Aditi. She's assistant professor in School of Planning and Architecture, and she has been instrumental in creating a School of Planning and Architecture's own company for entrepreneurship ideation as a part of DIC Design Innovation Center activity. So we know how to what kind of challenges innovation in sustainable domain has. So we would like to hear from Aditi. And the third participant here, or the guest here for the last session, is Anubhav Sharma. He's Anubhav. Yeah, hi. My God, you know all the tricks to enter the, the stage with all the punch. So I welcome all the, the esteemed panelists. And would you please take up, the time, but the floor is yours, one by one. And I'll start with you, Abhijit. Just share your thoughts on how you think that from ideation to putting it into the practice, what kind of challenges, how do we carry it forward, and with what kind of a resolve and commitment we should be actually looking at our journey from innovation to really translating, and what will be your message? So Abhijit, take about 5-7 minutes and 10 minutes, then we'll take questions. The idea is to actually have a samvad between you three, so that we can actually learn from you. We understand that you've already dabbled on this idea. Yeah, Abhijit, please go ahead.
Okay. So, namaste everyone. So I won't take much time, but with respect to the theme of this session, which is basically regarding ideation and startup. So first of all, like what sir already explained, it was about the fly ash utilization, and we basically looked into the domain of bricks and blocks. And I will start with first of all, how this utilization in fly ash bricks and blocks, or fly ash based products rather, basically started. So it was basically way back in 1994 when this complete mission got started from this very institute in IIT Delhi itself. And there basically they did some kind of analysis, and they found like there is a viability in the technology itself. They can use a fly ash and they can produce it to manufacture bricks, blocks, and other such products. From there on, government basically issued various guidelines. They basically mandated the use of fly ash in various construction related activities. But still, if we look into the current context, that I can say the success of product in the market is something which we need to look further. So it is something I don't say it is unsuccessful, but it is not performing with respect to its current potential. So this is something which we need to look for. And to start with, first of all, how it basically evolved. So like I said, the major objective was to find out the ways to utilize the fly ash. So basically they basically identified the bricks and blocks. So now the first of all, the objective of any particular product design or anything or any innovation, I can say, is something in the current market, the clay bricks or clay based products were already into existence, and the fly ash is something basically which go into the competition with the existing clay based products or clay based bricks. So that was the first thing which we basically identified with having various deliberation with various stakeholders. Now the second thing was basically related to the challenges. So like despite of various government guidelines and all those things, various promotional initiatives, why this product has not been kicked up, or why this product has not been, I can say, accepted in the market by the end users and other such stakeholders. So for which basically we gathered various stakeholder views. So while talking about the stakeholders, so there are so many manufacturers, there are government agencies, there are end users, there are consultants, there are researchers, there are academicians. So while talking about and gathering their different viewpoints, so basically we found out like the focus, or I can say the marketing strategy behind fly ash based product would be related to like green features. Some would mention like they are performing better with comparison to the clay based bricks, then it won't require any plastering, so possibly reduction in the activities itself, and definitely there are a lot more uniformity, it is better quality, and so on and so forth. So there are many, I can say, viewpoints we gathered from the various stakeholders, but one very important viewpoint would be, or I can say rather was, like what actually end users need or end users requirement. So it is something like it is being marketed as a green product. So probably all those IGBCs and all those green building codes, definitely you can fetch few of the rating points if you use the products manufactured from those industrial waste or recycled material. But actually what end users requirement or what actually end user want. So that was something we tried to figure out. And definitely while we initiate talks with the various end users, or I can say customers, so they were very fascinated. So if I ask them like, do you want to purchase this particular product which basically gives you many or these many green features, so definitely they or anyone would say yes, I do. But once we ask them like, are you ready to pay an extra amount to get all those green features, are you ready to pay that extra premium? So that is something which we basically figured out, and that's why there are various theories related to the green marketing or the green purchase behavior. So many times people used to or people basically wanted to buy green products or wanted to incorporate or purchase those green features, but yet they cannot translate it into the reality. Okay, so that was the first point. So based on it, we basically tried out like what are the values or what is the basically true value that fly ash based products basically able to provide to the end user. So like while comparing with the clay based products, or I can say the various other alternatives, there is no much difference between the cost. So it is approximately 5 rupees or ranging from 5 to 6 rupees, not much difference between the clay based products and the fly ash based products. But the real problem comes like as an end user, if I ask you like you are getting fly ash brick in 5 rupees, but ultimately for what purpose are you going to use that fly ash based brick? So ultimately you definitely most of the times we use those fly ash bricks to erect those wall or for those partitioning solutions or partitioning alternatives. So that's the first thing. So based on those partitioning alternatives, so definitely if I ask you or if I ask someone like if you purchase fly ash brick, so for what purpose you are going to use those bricks? So either you will be going to erect partitioning solutions for the external walls or for the internal walls. People used to use them even for the load bearing partitions and so on and so forth. So I can say the exact functional requirement or the objective or the purpose of that brick is something which was completely missing. So based on the various analysis and results, so we basically found out like there is a requirement of separate building materials, or I can say products for the different purposes. So the single solution cannot work for different purposes. So that's the first part. Then another thing was definitely related to the cost. So cost, like I already mentioned, it was 5 rupees. There was no much difference. But when we translated those 5 rupees, or I can say the cost of a stand-alone product with respect to the per square feet of a partitioning material or the partitioning alternative, it comes out to be approximately 30 rupees per brick, including partition, labor, painting, and all those things. So in 30 rupees, you are getting the finished product. So just forget about those 5 rupees. You are spending 30 rupees to get the finished product. Okay, so in the conclusion, I can say in many times we basically sidelined what actual end user required, and like most of you here belongs to construction industry, either in a form of a consultant or architect or engineer or any other way. So the idea is, or the objective or the thing what I want to convey, all of us basically takes the requirement from client, do some kind of a processing, and then give them an ultimate result in a form of either design or some kind of an alternative. Okay, so in the product design or in the innovation also, the end user requirement or gathering requirement is something which is the most important part. And definitely once you define the problem statement, then you accordingly do your processing, and then you move on to the prototype development, and definitely you have to do some kind of a testing before you go into the market and launch your product. So since Paul sir mentioned, this particular project it's still ongoing. We are onto the prototype development stage. So once we prepare the prototype, then we will definitely move on to the testing stage, and then we will try to commercialize it. So through this research, we basically identified the end user requirement. We basically identified the requirements for the various solutions or the suitable for the various functions, and accordingly we are intended to develop various prototypes. So that was basically the idea. And now I would like to request Aditi. She is my colleague, and she is also a coordinator of DIC. So it's a design and innovation center where she basically worked out how to conceive an idea into a reality. So she will now detail out the complete process of conceiving an idea into the reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit. Thank you for that. I was wondering, I'm an architect and industrial designer, so I was wondering how we will segue from talking about hardcore construction and construction management into something which is more design and innovation driven. Though I attended the last few talks and I realized we have more in common than we don't. So thank you for that seamless segue into my world. So a little bit about myself. I'm an architect and industrial designer, and I've been associated with SPA for quite some while. I play a number of roles. So as a consultant, before I was in SPA and even while I'm in SPA, I've had the good fortune to work with a number of companies, brands, and the industry, deliver products to them that were launched in the market, did their job, earned a profit. As a researcher, I was lucky enough to do some designs that were awarded. I'm sitting on a few patents, just sitting on them. But most interestingly, as an academician, I've been through a very interesting space, like Abhijit was mentioning, through the DIC and through the thesis projects that we do. The thesis projects that we do are usually in collaboration with industries. And the idea here is to bring the industry and academia together to be able to create real innovation. But does that happen? Yeah, a lot of times it does, but a lot of times it's on the cusp of getting into the market, or just on the edge of getting into the market. And it more often than not does not happen. So actually I'm going to talk more about failures in design and design innovation than successes. So here's what I've discovered. My big learning is that failure is inevitable. Failure is guaranteed. Now success happens sometimes. Success is like a little perk or a little award that you might get at the end. So and every innovator kind of knows that. We live with that thought all the time. and I think I echo the sentiments of a lot of innovators and creators when I say that. You would have all heard what Einstein said when he invented the bulb, right? Anybody knows what he said? When somebody asked him, Mr. Einstein, Edison, are you more of a failure or a success? What did he say? I think some of the students here might know. Too long back in history, I suppose. So he said, I'm not a failure. He apparently tried making the bulb 1,000 times, Edison, and he failed most of the times. And the last one time is when he managed to do the bulb. So he said that I know 1,000 ways of not doing a bulb. What if I know one way of doing it? I know 1,000 ways of not doing it. And I really think that's the crux of it. For startups, innovators, and researchers to succeed, you need that space. You need that space to thrive within failure and to be ultimately, subsequently, be able to achieve success. So coming in with that thought, I think there have been, since 2016, the Startup India movement was started. And it was started with a great agenda, and it continues to do some fantastic work at the moment. More recently, there's the Startup Seed India movement that has happened that brings in investment for people with ideas, supports prototyping, mentoring, supports bringing in other talent. So this is great to get the ball rolling and to get your idea sort of conceptualized, create a proof of concept, to be able to create something that is market ready. But in my view, in my association with DIC, I've realized the real challenge lies in bringing it into the market, or kind of bringing it into the ground, because that's a very tough space to be. If you've created products for the market or worked with clients, you would very well realize that it's a very competitive space. In India, like products, for example, work on a very low profit margin. So often you're stretched at that last mile, and fantastic innovations feel this barrier. And it's sometimes not the quality of the innovation, or it's not that the innovation was not fantastic enough, that it doesn't come into the market. There are so many of these forces into play that don't allow this to happen. So I'll give you one example. I'll not take too much time. I'll quickly give you one or two examples to kind of elucidate what I'm saying. In about 2013, when the Swachh Bharat movement wasn't even, I think, it wasn't even conceptualized at that point in time, we did this exercise in reinventing the toilets, which was an exercise we called the Sochale project. So we looked at relooking industrially designed toilets for the Indian social and cultural context, which meant toilets for women in public areas, toilets for children in water scarce areas, public toilets in the city, in rural areas, in extremely dense, packed settlements, etc. And we designed solutions which were greatly applauded, awarded, and everything that you could imagine, but none of them could see the light of day. We approached a lot of agencies, government agencies, they approached us as well, but invariably, the space of R&D that was required and the processes, say like a government tender, etc. follows, we couldn't subscribe to, or we couldn't sort of manage to live up to. So all these lacunas, all these gaps actually eventually did not let these fantastic products that are sitting in the incubator come out. Another way we feel like our DIC has taught us is that a lot of products the government itself can buy. The government is the largest buyer or the largest capacity to buy things. And in terms of green technology and environmentally conscious products, it would really help innovators if the government becomes the first point of purchase of things. For example, we did a light, which was a solar-powered light for rural children. That is also a DIY solution to teach children electronics. Because children, when they learn early, they learn much faster and develop an interest in a field. So once we designed that, we thought we'd probably sell it on Amazon or any of these portals, but we could never really achieve the kind of numbers we were imagining we could. The best place we could have placed that light would be in the education kit that is provided to under-resourced school for children. However, it probably was a failure on our part. We couldn't find an avenue or a way to do that. So many such examples and many such barriers to just entering the market is what we've experienced at our DIC. I have a couple of points, but I'll let Anubhav go and then maybe.
Sure. Thanks, Aditi. I must say this, I was reading this early in the morning that just to resemble with your point, success always comes overnight with the virtue of like hundreds of sleepless of nights that you have already given to it. So that's the rule of nature, right? That's how the industry works. So for all of you who must be wondering, like, what am I doing here? Like, with such an experienced panel, I'm just a 25, 26-year-old person. So I represent this company called Baz Bikes. I'm the co-founder and CEO of that, and we come from a mobility domain. We all know that, India is undergoing a revolutionary infrastructure change. We are shifting from ICs to EVs nowadays. I've been a student of this very institute. I've been a student of Professor Bhattacharya as well from Civil Engineering Department, 2018 bachelor. And so I'll just give you a little brief about, what we are doing as Baz Bikes. So we are basically, making India ready for that transition into EVs. We are there on ground live as well. We are not just, conceptualizing right now. We are there on ground, like implementing what we have already built. So Baz is a platform which provides electric mobility as a solution. We build electric scooters, batteries, swap stations, and the infrastructure around it. So we are basically building this particular product offering for a very specific use case as of right now. That is the gig delivery workers right now, right? Like as Aditi also mentioned, like when you get into the market, you have to ensure that your product picks up very quick to get that early results, right? And we intentionally didn't launch it for consumers, because we as consumers typically goes for what, 15-20 kilometers a day. For people who live in IIT, we almost travel what, 4-5 kilometers hardly, but these gig workers, they goes for like 100-120 kilometers a day. So when you implement a new technology for these guys, suddenly the ROI becomes like 10x faster. Like, right, the ROI becomes 10x faster, the development becomes 10x faster, your learnings become 10x quicker, right? You can learn from them very, very quickly. So that was the idea when we are exploring like what market we want to launch in. The differentiation that we provide in the market is that we are not a typical company who works on just like the charging, like you can buy the electric scooters, just charge it at home. We don't do that way. We don't want to change the lifestyle of the users. So what we figured out, like as Aditi mentioned, that you have to figure out alternate solution, like something will work, something won't work. So we figured out with this swapping solution. So we basically sell the scooters and we set up these swap stations just like the petrol pumps out there. So Delhi has almost like 400 petrol pumps right now. We are live in Saket and Malviya Nagar areas with our swap stations. So people can actually come to our swap station, they can swap the batteries, pay on a per kilometer basis, and just keep running. They don't need to stop for charging and anything. They don't need to change their lifestyle for adopting to a new technology. And that is how any new technology come up. I believe since the conclave also includes a big portion from mobility, like we all will relate, how CNG adoption happened in Delhi, right? Earlier, everything was on petrol and diesel, but when government mandated CNG, it was first adopted by the commercial vehicles, right? Like it didn't started with the personal vehicles, because when it started with the commercial vehicle, the utilization is so fast that the technology really picks up. And now you see that Maruti Suzuki also coming up with a pre-installed CNG cars in the market, because they are very like cost efficient, like gives a very less cost per kilometer model. So yeah, that is what we are doing as a whole, and yeah. Sure. So we definitely encountered a lot of challenges, and I was when you guys were speaking, I was actually creating this analogy. Like you started with a very engineering specific approach. Aditi translated that into design, and I thought like I'll just put the execution part into the picture. So when we started, we started with the personal mobility. Like the last mile connectivity, which was a very big topic in that that time. But so we built that entire ecosystem around it, right? And then when COVID came, the entire personal mobility just got wiped away, and like it was like a magic. Like suddenly everyone stopped moving actually. So we thought, but the kind of product that we had already built, it had a lot of great implementation in the delivery segment, because when people stopped moving, they started delivering more and more. Now people want everything to be home delivered, like the groceries to be delivered, the food to be delivered, the medicines to be delivered, nothing. They don't want to go out and buy things, right? So that is where we thought like there's a big implication of the the product that we have built. And so there's been a complete journey towards like how we have reached till here today. Talking about the challenges, so definitely there are some various challenges associated with the product for sure. So we in-house build our products. So we have a lot of engineers from IIT Delhi as well who are with us in the team, and they design and deploy these products, including the batteries, the swap stations, and the scooter. So definitely there are the typical nuances associated with the product development, like the prototypes. Sometimes they they get failed in the testing. Sometimes you just over test them, so they get destroyed. But apart from that, there's some challenges on the infrastructure side. So we are into an infrastructure business, as I already said. So definitely there are some bureaucratic reasons as well. But what we see right now, the solutions are coming up for sure. Like from all the scenarios, more and more companies are coming up with new technologies. The government is also providing a lot of support to EV as an infrastructure as a whole. So recently, earlier the product was the problem. So I was reading this very interesting theory called ICE recipe of EV adoption. Right, so ICE is a symbolization for the internal combustion engine, right? So ICE vehicles. So this lady Akshima from RMI, it's an institute which basically suggests like what policies to be framed to the government, and then helps in their implementation as well. So there was this article which said like ICE recipe of the EV adoption. So they were mentioning like people should be incentivized, people should have choices, and then there should be easy financing as well. Right, so incentivization, definitely government is providing a lot of incentivization on the part, like, the FAME 2 subsidies are there. Now the PLI schemes are coming up to set up this infrastructure. Choices, more and more companies, I already mentioned, you can actually take multiple models. You can take the bike and charge it yourself. You can come to a stations like us and swap the batteries. You can do fast charging with like some 150 kilowatts of fast chargers out there. Like Delhi is very forefront in that for sure. And then comes the financing part. And that was a bigger challenge by now in the industry. But now a multiple kind of finances are coming up. For example, this is a very new thing where called as a blended finance, where what the government is saying that government has made almost a $1 billion fund with SIDBI and World Bank. And what they are saying is that the banks should give out the loans to the consumers to buy these EVs. The bank will that $1 billion fund will take care of the defaulters, right? Whatever the NPAs will be, so that $1 billion fund will take care of. So now the banks are very okay to give out credit to the people, because now the problem was that no one understood EV as a technology. The problem with the combustion vehicles was that there was a fixed life cycle use case which was defined, right? For example, when you when you bought a Maruti Suzuki car, or let's say a Hero Splendor bike, what will be the cost after like 4 to 5 years of the life. You can easily buy it in the secondary market, in the used car or used bike segment. But that was not the case with electric vehicles. They're very new technology. So in fact, you will be surprised to know that apart from e-rickshaws with the lead acid batteries, there has not been a single EV which has been tested for its entire life by now. It's such a new technology by now in the commercial adoption. So banks are definitely not very much aligned to give out credit, but facilities like this will come up, and suddenly the adoption will definitely kick start with that.
Yeah, can I? Sorry. I think I'm sorry, Aditi. Can I suggest that we carry this dialogue with students? I would love to have actually longer time with you, because that actually directly relates to the students and how they can actually see future of their own. So yeah, that actually is the most interesting part. But unfortunately, we are bound with the time.
and I'm sure audience will excuse me for being little harsh. Thank you very much, and the great having you here. And the the last part of this session is our own Saman to you for having come here. I may request a token of our appreciation to Abhijit. Oh, yes, yes. Just like the last time we were giving those, handmade gobar mementos. These mufflers are actually right from morning that we've given. They are from Kullu special, the traditional mufflers, and it has border which is only traditional from the Kullu area, not the other areas like, maybe in we go slightly differently, that the designs change. So these are all from Kullu, and the pure designs. Please keep a memory of Himachal, because that's where I have lived my life all throughout. Thank you very much. May I request Tripta ma'am to please join us on the stage for a moment for something very, very important to all of us in the entire day. And Tripta madam has been the spirit behind our the entire day's activity. I don't know at how many times at odd hours we've had to call her, ma'am, ये नहीं हो रहा, ये कैसे होगा, वो कैसे होगा. तो उसके लिए मैम बहुत बहुत क्षमा और बहुत बहुत आपका धन्यवाद. आपने हमें सहा. पर अब एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो एक जिम्मेवारी है वो हमारे कुछ ये आज बाहर जो प्रदर्शनी एग्जीबिशन लगी है उसमें फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड और 2 consolation prize winners हैं. I will can you give me the names? They here? Yeah. The first one is
this is consolation
prizes. The consolation one is Somnath Maurya. Are you here? Please come to the stage. So there is this one book written by Dr. Premsi Jain, Path of Green, which was written while he was, amongst us, but it was completed by his daughter, Payal. Is Payal there? I think Payal was here. So, and it's our tribute to our teacher who, was instrumental in creating Indian Green Building Council. The second one is Vandana, Cloud BMS. Vandana is here. Yeah, great. Congratulations, Vandana, for putting up nice poster. Thank you very much for making our event lively. Yeah. A third one is Lakshna. She's from School of Planning and Architecture. She's my student at School of Planning and Architecture. Believe you me, I didn't pick her up. Some people picked her up. She happens to be Bharatanatyam a teacher. But if we had time, I would have asked her to get on to some action. Thank you, Lakshana. The second prize is Nitika Ghosh. Nitika Ghosh is, wow, very good. Lithium batteries, lithium ion batteries, so much of chemistry, very difficult to remember. Congratulations, Nitika. Your technologies are going to make us more comfortable in cities. Thank you, God bless. And the first one goes to Dipanshu Kochar, School of Planning and Architecture. Is he here? Is he around? Who is his best friend in the class? Come on, there must be someone. Don't expect me to be his best friend. Yeah. Yeah, wow, great. Please come. Make sure you give it to him. Okay? As they say, never trust your best friends. Thank you very much, Dipanshu. We'll have a formal ceremony there as well. Thank you, each one of you, for spending time and putting exhibits. There are certificates of participation which individually we will get those circulated. And ma'am, you have to stay back for another moment for a small another activity. And any function that happens needs a lot of people to actually put it together. And for that you need committed volunteers. And I would like to thank each one of these volunteers who patiently took directions from Priyanka ji and made this actually happen. Right from today's 5:30, 6 o'clock, they've been here. And I would like to call each one of them. And ma'am, you will do the needful. Abhijit Anand, if you're here, please present yourself. Abhijit, give them a big round of applause, please. Abhijit, where is the... Bring, come. Wow, ma'am. There's one for you also. Yeah. Keep standing here. The last one will go to you. Abhijit, thank you very much for helping us on organizing. We look forward to your support in future as well. God bless. Ujvan, where's Ujvan? Come on, man. Yeah, walk. Ujvan. Ujban Kakoti, he has, and especially in the afternoon session, to be here after that sumptuous food, you can see how difficult it can be. I was falling half asleep, but he kept me alive. Sorry for not reading proper names, so I'll use Iyer. Yeah, she's from Nagaland. I'm sorry, I'm not too good at reading these names. She conducted morning session very well. And every time I went to Priyanka ji's lab, they hosted me very well. Thank you very much. Ravi, where is Ravi? Where are you, man? Why are you shying away? Ravi. He was the first one I noticed in 6 o'clock, because last minute there is always something or the other. Ravi, thank you very much. I'm sure you've done the hard work. Then we have Shivangi. Shivangi, where are you? Come on, Shivangi. Thank you very much for doing all the needful. Paramjeet, where is Paramjeet? Paramjeet, come on. Paramjeet Baghel. The next is Neha. Oh, wow. Okay, let me. Somebody should come. Neha is a special person, as she takes, and I'll just share with you. I was just told, and I was too delighted. Neha is in Priyanka ji's lab, and she's a theater artist. And a big clap for her. Next time, probably we'll ask her to do a small act. And she was actually, trying to prepare for a role. I think she's supposed to be playing a role of a deputy commissioner in the next play that she's going to shoot. Thank you all the very best. Then we have Manish. Where is Manish? Manish. Somebody should take in place of Manish. So Manish in absentia. We must clap for Manish. Thank you, Manish. Then we have Betulia. Where is Betulia? Come on, yeah. Don't be so, cheer up. You made our day, and everybody is so very happy. Thank you very much. Nima. Where is Nima? Why are you hiding? You thought that there's none for you? Come on. Nima, thank you very much. And then you are also one of the good hosts every time I come to Priyanka ji's lab. Thank you very much. Nikita, where is Nikita? Nikita, where? Somebody should come for take for Nikita, because we would like to clap. Come on, come on. A clap for Nikita, even if she's not here. Thank you very much. Himanshu. Himanshu. Oh my God. Then somebody should come and take for Himanshu, because we need to give a clap to Himanshu. Come on. Clap for Himanshu. And last but not the least, Gayatri. Himanshu, is Himanshu there? No. Gayatri. Nikita, come on. We'll do double clap once again. Yeah. Nikita, come here. And last, Gayatri. Where is Gayatri? And somebody for Gayatri as well. Yeah, thank you very much for helping us out. We appreciate your help, each one of you. And Gayatri, she is not here. On behalf of Gayatri, Shivangi will take, but a big clap for Gayatri as well. Thank you very much for making our day. Ma'am, last concluding words on your from your side. Please do the needful. Yeah. Yeah. Please come on. We'll make sure that you did this. Come on. Priyanka ji, आइए. Priyanka ji, आप आए. मैं सच्ची तृप्ता मैम, कंक्लूडिंग रिमार्क्स, फाइनल हमारा आखिर का आशीर्वाद.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a whole day I'm seeing such a powerful people sitting here and listening to this energy conservation through urban planning and mobility. Thank you so much IIT Delhi for providing this venue, and Priyanka ji, who is the person behind this whole successful event today. Actually, this is a part of Sumangalam series, and finally we are having our final event on 28th and 29th January 2023 in ISC Bangalore. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to join the final event in Bangalore. And I really would like to thank Ministry of Power for supporting this whole entire Agni event, along with Power Foundation and Vigyan Bharati. And I'm really honored today that Vigyan Bharati General Secretary Dr. Sudhir Bhadoria is sitting with us since morning. And this gives us an inspiration to work for the right cause. Thank you so much. Thank you entire team of SPA and IIT Delhi. Sorry, I forgot the SPA name, but SPA, Dr. Viren Paul, since morning, they are closely working with Dr. Priyanka from IIT Delhi. Thank you so much. Looking forward to see all of you in Bangalore in 28th, 29th January 2023 in ISC Bangalore for the final Agni event. Thank you. Thank you. And just one information that the high tea is arranged outside the red square once again. So after tea, you can leave.